Managing expectations also means managing misperceptions. Fact is, in purgatory, you could be dead in 2 minutes. So, whatever you're trying to direct or control or do this or that, you have to have just a little bit of distance because that reality is not going away, despite your monkey-minded kind of delusions might have it from time to time. That reality remains true. So, well-wishing people means just that. It doesn't mean managing outcomes or getting what you expected or any of that. That Pathogens get really caught up in the barbed wire of that, and that's where they remain under very arduously created conditions. They're cantankerous because of that. But yeah, well-wishing people means wishing them well, even though they have 2 minutes to live, everyone else has 2 minutes to live. And it's about doing the best thing at the moment and not doing the irresponsible, antisocial, harmful one, but within limits. Again, bad people have good people doing bad things. That's how it works. So if they're pitching you on the basis of goodness and it's badness instead, then you do have to see through deceptions like that. And wishing everyone well means that they see through those deceptions as well and do the most appropriate thing for themselves despite horrendous socio-cultural, economic, psychological, historical conditions that have led up to this point. But need not be determinate for the future going forward. But again, we're outcome independent, aren't we? Because we have to be. Because it really is the wise thing to have, even though the monkey mind doesn't want to let that go. Doesn't want to let go of the camera. It can't use anyway, and it's just going to end up bashing it. But if it's been trained to return the camera and go back up in the tree and take a nap, then that's exactly what it's going to do. And it's not going to go back into the area of, I want this, I want that, you should do this, you should do that. Why won't you do this, why won't you do that? Because that's just, where is that place? Is that purgatorial? Is that the minefield? But wishing people well does not mean wishing them stupidity, like socially enforced stupidity. When you have alternative history narratives in play and alternative reality narratives in play, it doesn't mean conforming to them per se. It means universally appropriate or good for oneself, one's family, one's extended family, and that's about it. People caring way too much about things way outside their jurisdictions. But as far as family members go and whatnot, you really don't want them to mess up, so you really do put in the extra effort. But if they're really intent on doing that, like so many other family members out there have chosen to do, have they not? Is that why that person's in prison, or this person died before their time, or that person wrecked the party 1 year? Is that why this person and that person aren't talking? Recently, a warning alert, trigger warning in politics. Not that I want to, but again, I feel it's sort of a duty to blow the whistle on these types of new developments. Because what was the story that crossed my desk today? Well, Woolworths. Some people know Woolworth. It's a little store you can buy stuff in. It was owned by the Woolworth family was one of the best for a long time. People would go there and get little presents, little chocolates, maybe some clothing items. A nice store. Well, Globo Finance and their Grimm. That's a word we're gonna come back. Not like Brother Grimm. This is just GR or GIRM, or no, GRIM. That we'll come back to that in a minute. Took over the management, right? I guess Wall Street did it because it's a global operation. These are people in Australia complaining about what they did there. Well, they have their little Australian Day where they have their Australian flags and wave them around. Well, they pulled that and replaced it with a Gay Day, with all the gay flags, like a psyops organization operation that it is. Because that is illegal in China or Russia or Iran or any other place outside of the wonky West. Oh, Gambia, that was a new one. You had Gambians, all women, by the way, in their Supreme Court wearing them white wigs that they culturally appropriated from England. They were banging that gavel, banging it on that walnut gavel, banging it. All that LGBT stuff is illegal starting today. Anybody engaged in it, pitching it to kids, putting it on their, flying the flags, illegal, be arrested in Gambia. Just so you know. It's not just the dictator alliance cracking down on those freedoms to, be a degenerate, which is a propagandistic kind of flippery of the West. Like, oh, look, they're talking about freedoms, but they really mean this. That's how they try to present it to the rest of the world. Oh, but also the people in those places, like Western Europe. Yeah, right. Forget about freedom of speech or, the freedom to be able to elect people that aren't compromised or have some weird ideological axe to grind or is engaged in some kind of alternative reality, alternative history narratives. No, that's not the freedoms that the West stood for. It stood for this, degeneracy. Oh, and then we have alternative history time where the West was always degenerate. And isn't it good that those people don't come to your neighborhood or you don't do business with them because they're like that? But no, they present in the West. Everyone's celebrating. We're not oppressed, according to Frankfurt School kinds of psychology that has been long since discredited. We were oppressed, but now we can whatever, neck in the streets, make people feel nauseous wherever we show up because freedom, right? So no. But yeah, World War. So there was see, these people are supposed to be in business, but that comes back to grime. We have a grime class, which is a genocidal, G, reverse imperialist, RI, money, or grim, right? Money executives in the game. Now let's get back to spying and sabotage and those warlike things that we thought were, consigned to the Cold War, which wasn't cold and was lost by the West in cultural terms. But it's genocidal. It's anti-national. And how about this? If people will take money to promote it, be it a company, a corporation, a person, an individual, a politician, well, they're essentially engaging in sabotage. They're engaging in espionage. They're engaging in subterfuge. And in a war or something like that, what did people do with people who took money to promote a bad cause? A destructive cause, a divisive cause, a off-putting cause, a subversive cause. What did they do with them? Did they get a charge for that? Well, I guess we can now apply that to the whole class of them. The reverse imperialist, money executives. genocidal too, because they don't care about people. They care. Oh, what? Here's the other thing. It is imputed to them that they only care about money. That's what people thought. But it's also a question: who got the money to do it? Was it a CEO? A group of people that might have been put there? Did they come from these crappy Ivy League universities that have been flipped? Were they vetted for the position? Was that part of the espionage component? And then this is just a cherry on top. A few people get a massive payoff via back channels and they pitched the company and made it happen. Could it be? And Woolworths was the latest victim of these actors. What other companies have flipped on these cultural programs? Because that would indicate espionage, wouldn't it? If we're going to update our terms. Because nobody needs it. Let me tell you also, gay people, whatever, I'm sure they don't need these political activists fighting for their rights, so-called. Because it just makes them look like war operators in a cultural war, doesn't it? And what do people do with cultural war operators when a real war breaks out? Or will it not break out for the next 10 years because it's more convenient for them just to employ these cheap methods and not start a war that they could possibly lose? Just let this thing just continue, because what's a couple million to them to a bunch of grimy individuals and institutions or companies, which is what they have done. This is what we're looking at. This is their version of it. There was subversion in the 70s. There's some textbook examples. You're going to have to look them up because they're apparently suppressed now. But there was a subversion in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and this is what we're looking at now. Out loud and in the companies, corporations. They have them change their HR policies and everything else. So is that a war crime? Well, it hasn't been deemed one yet, but tomorrow the legislation could get passed and then they're looking at 20 years to life in prison. But we want to thank the Australians for letting us know Woolworths has a problem with this. But we do know other companies, and Wall Street in particular, has a major problem with this. Just like investing in Chinese companies that are building the world's biggest navy at this time, that they have a problem with their past decision making and their cognitive abilities in leadership positions. Because one thing I do know, these people should be held responsible for that. They made that call. How many millions went? Well, that's the sentence they get. Them and their families. Because I do think it should be extended to anyone who profited by it. Or their partners. Who are their partners? Probably speaking different languages. See, they sold them on this idea that we're a utopian idea that just globally this is just going to keep going. We're a global company, so obviously this is better for globalism, so that's why we're going to do it. Meanwhile, like I said, China and Russia, where these companies might be, they don't do that. But why don't they do it there? Well, you see, they see it like realists do. But apparently the American public is so snowable. They're so good-hearted that they can get behind bad movements as long as they're told by their PR ringmasters, propagandists, that it's really a good thing in the end. It's not good in the beginning. It's not good in the middle, but in the end, somewhere, it's going to be good for everyone. But it turns out that they just meant the Chinese and the Russians. And people with them. So money people who would take that money, just like a spy would. Spy would be like, hey, I'll take that $2 million and send you something or other. Those types of people, yeah, they've always been amongst us. But now they seem to think that they're so beyond being able to be shut down or arrested for crimes that they've been lulled into this sense of security. So are they dupes too? Could that be part of it? Possibly, because I'm sure all those people that did end up getting caught, like the people who sent the nuclear secrets to Russia in the 50s, they didn't think they were ever going to get caught. And they weren't really big for the cause, they were big for the money though. So, but there's a mix of them. Some are for the cause, some are for the money, some are for both. Ideally, if you can brainwash them as kids, you have both. But why would they think the way they do, like to think that they're doing the right thing? Well, they've been told a bunch of hot nonsense. These programs are not good for social cohesion. They're not good for the families. They're not good for individuals. And the statistics are there. They might psychologically feel like they are accepted when they aren't for good reason. But, for example, medical data shows, yeah, they have way higher numbers of physical and mental disease, which is antisocial in its net effect. So look to the numbers that haven't been fudged and forged and propagandized, because they don't lie. It's true. But you would think if you even just took a broomstick, stuck it up your butt and then in your mouth and had a whole group that said that was cool, you could see how even without being a scientist, you could figure that one out. But apparently the intellectual class that got goobered in their Ivy League towers, they can't put two and two together like that. They got some fairy dust in between the causality. So, but anyway, I heard that because of the massive outrage caused, like a bomb dropped in Australia, because they know what's coming, that they reversed that policy. Oh, aren't they nice though? Making money every day, no prosecutions, no public statements. Just aren't they nice though, letting people able to buy some flags at their place on their equivalent of July 4th? Ain't that nice of them? Making some money off them little cheap flags. Who knows where they were produced? Probably outsourced them again. Gonna let people buy the flags they want on their own national holiday. Aren't they nice? But where are the prosecutions? Where's the investigation? Where's the national legislation shutting this crap down like they did in, of all places? Was it Ghana? It might not have been Gambia. It was Ghana, I think. Look it up, people. Yeah, Ghana figured this stuff out. But we're still getting snowed here. What? And it's what, 2025 now. They've changed the Australia's New Year celebration was a complete disgrace, a cultural atrocity, just like the French Olympics. So 2025, they're carrying it over. They're raising the banner. Probably New York City same way. You got an Ottoman mayor. You got a police chief. You got the army in the subway, but nobody's talking about it, putting two and two together. What are you talking about? Got nobody but dunces making noises with their mouths, motions with their hands. You might as well just have mimes on TV doing the mime. Get rid of the hand signaling for the death. Just combine it into one, make it mimery. Because I think that is the subconscious message they're trying to say. Like, hey, you have your communication channels have been captured. That's what they're saying with them hand signals. See, that's what you can read as a metaphor. You don't have to do the exact translation. Hey, wake up, karate time. They tricked us. We're screwed. You're screwed. Listen to somebody else. Go away. See, and then they start waving them hands. See, somebody had to break that down for people in the street. Now they know. They don't even need to know the words. You could just turn the volume down and get the message. Run now, you're screwed. Translation. But yeah, all these companies, there needs to be legislation. If they push this, they need to be broken up, broken down, and the people need to be prosecuted for crimes, which can be related to uh, sabotage and subversion and espionage. That's just the way it has to be. And after feelings, right? They wanted, how many heteros kept their business on the DL, like just being a normal person, sort of, or how about abstaining? So why do they get a free pass to run rampant over young people and wreck people's moods worldwide? What did they do? What God was it? Did they serve? What agents are running them? What schools? What? All of it needs to go. It's got to go the Gambian way. They're leading the way on this one. So I don't have a wig, but I will tip my. I listened to a sad video about the state of women in the West and how terrible it is, how wokey doke ding dong they've been. Well, look, this is just how propaganda works. It affects women the most because they get the fake impression that the lunatic ideas that they're surrounded by are the right ones. And if they're given an adversarial edge or a green light, oh, yes, you can be obnoxious and talk down to men and tell them that you know better. And if they say this, then say that. They can be trained into the monstrous ogres that we see now. And it's not the old version, it's the young versions taught by the old version. Kind of kill chain that has been unleashed by the grime lords, right? Genocidal reverse imperialists, moneyed execs, i.e., traders, people who sold out to global interests. I guess it was the BRICS somewhere. It could pick any one. BRICS. Where is it coming from? Oh, Turkey. Yeah, let's not forget them. Turkey, major anti-Western power. But they're NATO because yeah, they're managing Libya now. I guess who came up with that idea? A bunch of Ottomans. Maybe it was an Ottoman round table. Everybody from the region decided go with the Turkish plan. Oh, the Russian Turkish plan. Just like the flips of hell. Somebody signed off on that. Whose moneyed interests are better served now? They feel. If and if they're genocidal, well, why wouldn't they stop doing it? It's about the money. Makes sense for them. Just like the Barbary pirates made sense for the people in the region until they were decimated by right policy. But those things are rare in history, aren't they? Look, there were hundreds of years of aristocrats sitting on the hands, sitting on the jeweled fingers. Right? Oh, you know, the UK was naval power, right? Big interest there. Didn't see the reason. Didn't see the point. Had to have George Washington's men take care of the business, which they did. But now, oh no, those people are respectable, and who's not listening to them? Who's not taking their money? They're the oddball. They're the odd meow. For now, but you know, tomorrow that could change, or the instant you heard this, that changes. Everybody divests and writes their minds again. But getting back to the topic, women, yeah, they're the chief victims of this propaganda, cultural war. And they're meant to be booby traps for men. So if you were to be stupid enough to get into a relationship with them, it's going to be a murder for you. The worst thing is if the relationship stays together and it's just a constant grind, dealing with complete incompetence where they want to do everything equal Oh no, you gotta watch the kids now because I want to fart around on social media, and that feeds into my self-importance complex. So whatever you're doing, yeah, 50% of your time now you can dash that because I'm not doing my part of the job. Imagine having an employee like that. So yeah, relationships. You're the employer. If you're the man, you're the employer, and you need to be screening these ladies, young ones, old ones, anyone in between. And they have some weird, messed up ideas about life. You do not want to risk your entire venture on a bad employee because firing them ain't as easy as you might think. And it's not easy because your feelings get mixed up in it. I recently heard one of these doofuses, probably out of the red pill community, like, well, yeah, women are traditionally more compassionate. That's not true. Or compassion is some female trait. What are you talking about? That compassion? What? First off, compassion is a very manly thing. It's like forgiveness, like the forgiveness of God. That's very manly. The Buddha is a very manly man. Living in the jungle for 6 years, uh, nearly starved to death. That's pretty manly. What would the big booby men with their big beards and their dumb opinions? I'd like to see them do that. They'd be dead in a month. Let's place bets. Where's Vegas here? Let's do that. You want to have this survival island? These big goony doonies play with balls. I'm a big ball man. Be deader than than dead. But he's the man that really did preach compassion. But see, for oneself, which means not letting yourself get into bad relationships that are doomed to failure. People have these fundamental differences in view. That relationship cannot work. That's why these women were brainwashed that way. See it that way. It's social brainwashing. That's when it reaches a propagandistic level, which has a massive genocidal effect, which is where that big G comes from for the grimy class. Class of grimy globos. Oh yeah, nationalism, we don't need that. Well, nationalism not for you, but for them, they might have something that you could call nationalism. But that they'll say that's something else. But for you, no, they don't feel you should have it, and they don't have any problem with genocide. The Turks, no problem. What was the newest thing? Karabakh. What did they let happen there? Oh no, that wasn't the Turks. That was the other side. That was the Azerbaijanis. Are they a Turkic tribe? Yes or no? Dumbasses. How many other Turkish countries? What about Turkmenistan? You ever hear that country? No? Oh, you're an ignoramus. You know nothing. What about the Second Crusade? You ever know anything about? No? Oh, you're an ignoramus. You know nothing. But you're gonna lecture people about nationalism, anti-racism. They don't got no anti-racism in Turkish countries. They don't. But they'll launch that in other countries. They'll launch that in Armenia if they can. Pay some stooges to do it, or some grimies. Why wouldn't they? Oh, that's too low for them. No, they wouldn't go stoop that low. Yeah, what about the Pontic Greeks? Know anything about that? No? Stoop too low. You'll know who you're dealing with. And then all their neighbors and people that think the same way. Which is why they all got stuck there and the rest of the civilized world developed outside of there. But do people not want it? Does that hurt their feelings? Probably. Who cares? I don't care. Not at this point. Not after these operations. Have to go and stand in line and have two chicken-headed morons talking about men when they should be thinking how to serve one to serve themselves in a family kind of unit. But they're not going to get that. They're going to get the big G instead. which is genocide. But they might take the men and the children with them, which is a bonus for genocidal forces. So one of these simpy dimp ding-dang red pillars who's always on about how to get a woman, which is not really what men should be thinking about under conditions like this. Because like I said, not only is the relationship grueling and in many cases psychologically damaging, also damaging to your career, right? Damaging to your hobbies and interests, damaging to your religious practice, spiritual practice, mental health in general. But then you pop out a couple of kids, married or not, you are then subjected to a flipped genocidal legal system that has an ideological component and bokesters blobbed in every part of that machinery. Working for old-timey grimies that know that being in that legal nomenclatura blob, that's probably the biggest source of genocide in the last couple of decades. All very low-key, all very formal, all very business-like, transactional, matter of fact, keeping these laws on the books while the whole culture's been flipped, and then just letting men be put through the meat grinder and wagging the finger at them while they do it. And litigiousness, it's not just the Me Too movement, which was a subversive movement that they launched, the BRICS Alliance and their grimy friends, but just litigiousness in general gets you in that system, doesn't it? She had a drink, he had a drink, next day he had a rape charge. Sounds exaggerated, but it could happen, and guess who's going to be listening to him the whole time with open ears? Well, it's that blob. And because you're a class enemy, because you have a ding-a-ling, they need to repress or attack you because of all those thousands of years of alternative history that they learned that you were the oppressor and are the oppressor class. So this thing has gone off the rails, people. So it's not about thinking along normal lines. These things have genocidal consequences and are having them. And there's a behavioral subversive component to it, of which wokeism is just the icing on the cake. Now, does that mean there are not good women out there? No, but they are extremely rare. So rare, in fact, that they are not worth betting your life on them. Now, my opinion now is if you are a good person and you put in the good work and you get through these terrible times, of which your 20s will be terrible, your 30s will be terrible. This is by design. Now, you might have a chance in your 40s to have a little bit of something. But that, of course, is not guaranteed in purgatory. But at that time, my thinking is, if you are a good person, you've done good things, you've kept it together, especially against genocidal onslaughts of a hybrid nature, onslaughts, that a wife will be appointed to you, okay? And who knows, maybe more than one. Well, why not? Like, hey, you can have 3. But that would only be if there's sort of a sea change in conditions, and a lot of the mechanisms that they have set up now will have broken down. And then, look, treat them right, treat the kids right, and realize it's not a cakewalk having a family. Also, it's not a guarantee. Nobody has a guarantee they're going to have a good wife and good kids and good family. That's the other thing, good kids. You can have the best wife in the world. She loves having kids. Some women do. 14 kids, imagine, and 10 of them are bad. And you don't know, she doesn't know, but that's what the devil done sent you in purgatory. Or they're great kids, but then something happens to them, or they how this get wokeified, or become a criminal, or you just don't know. So don't be naive about these worldly things, is what I'm saying. The Buddha had all the women he wanted, or could possibly want. He had his wife and his dance troupe. Okay? He still chose the spiritual path. And that path is open to everyone and should be more revered than it is in our decimated culture at this time. How about this? Men that don't need the nookie or the nagging or kids, good or bad, right? That they've abstracted the idea of humanity to all of humanity, and they're doing pretty well for themselves despite just major disappointments, major delusional thinking regarding the three-brained creature called mankind, or woo mankind. Keep bringing it back to the Garden of Eden. Oh, we don't need no religion. Yeah, what is it? What is that snake? Well, it's telling the woman that she shouldn't be the man's supporter and helpmate, but she should be calling the shots. That's essentially the Luciferianism, or Luciferianism behind feminism. Because who was that snake that whispered in their ear? These propagandists, right? Their female leaders have big problem being the helpmate to man, which is their condition physically. Helpmate to men and children, but not the man, not the leader, not the big guy in charge. Oh, I reject that. I reject that. Wow, I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman. Judge me on my marriage. Wow. Well, who loves broads like that? Well, Grimies do. Use them all day long. But again, go to the, I don't know, Turkish places. You guys see women doing that? No? Why is that? Are they terrible people, or is it just their way of doing things? See, you got to make a difference between domestic and international policy. Their domestic policy, they got things on wrap. Now, I'm not saying it's good. I mean, they're more or less setting themselves up for the next war by overpopulating. And it causes a lot of poverty and a lot of environmental degradation. But that's what they're set up to do, whether they know it or not. But they don't have these types of genocidal problems within the home, within the family, within society. They didn't let those things spread like kudzu. But we're so soft-hearted, these little simpy men. They'll always have a wide ear open for wifey. And so that's how they did it. Poisoned them. Like Adam in paradise. Didn't need religion. They didn't hear that story. Didn't see it in their own lives. Went along with it. And where did they end up? Was it hell or heaven? Or, oh, I really love my marriage. Wah, wah, wah. Sure you don't. What do these guys know about what a good marriage looks like? Or a good woman, for that matter. They got these busting broads telling them what to do every 5 minutes. That's not the way things work. So my message, give up hope. I think it's very good. Give it up because it's delusional, and concentrate on your own business. And if it is meant to be and you're very discerning, they will come to you. And if not, it doesn't matter. It is not the way to happiness. It is the way to further complications and samsaric kinds of ways of living. And you should know that going in. Because if you don't, it's like saying, hey, buddy, we're going on an alpine climb. Oh yeah, those sneakers and that T-shirt, that's fine. Just keep on. That's all right. Maybe okay, a little bottle of water. Bring that, but that's it. That's the type of preparation they're giving you. It's gonna be fun. Imagine that. Versus me, like a guy who has scars head to toe, has gear you've never seen before, has an ice axe, and does not have any reason to lie to you about these things at all, and won't. Somebody will say, "Hey, wait a second, you look like you're dressed differently. What's that for?" And I'm gonna lie to them for who? For the devil? Like what? What would be the point of me lying? I want to win. I want to make it to the top, and laugh while I watch him go tumbling off a cliff. Would that make me a sadist like these other grimy grimes that we're dealing with? But I'm not like that. So I would tell him, hey, buddy, this relationship thing, don't get into it on a whim. And just don't get into it if you can help it. And if you do, then yeah, treat it like a business of relationship. No feelings at all in the beginning. And let it be a testing period. Like 1, 2, 3 years. Definitely 6 months. But I would say, and then the family has to be legit. If the mom's wonky, she's wonky kind of thing. There's a whole different, the red flags, read all the red flags. There's 100 red flags right out there right now. Don't overlook any of them. And like I said, return to a state of holistic self contentment. You do not need someone else validating you that really isn't in a position to do that. Feels good. Oh, mommy pats me on the back. Here, you do good, boy. But what does she know anyway? Right? It feels good. Maybe she's right if you're a good person. But look at all these dumb broads doing the same thing with gangsters and criminals and these grimies. So they'll do it pretty much for anyone. But it's you that needs to be a little bit more self-aware. And I say the same thing for women. Good women, but you need to focus on and find good men and weed out the bad. And not have that as necessarily your first thing. You should have something else. That might be spiritual practice. That's your first thing. Cleaning out those kilesas day by day, that makes you superior to the competition. That means your bone structure might not be supermodel level, close enough. Of course, your body is in a very good place because you take BMI seriously and that 1 meal a day, and also reduce greed and cravings down to 0 where you can. And also ill will, right? And delusion. See, feminism is delusional. Cut that right out. So you're dealing with delusional people, you cut them out too. See, and Christianity has a tradition. There's women, they were praying all day long, all night long. You can see them in the church. They got their hands together. They were not out there on the street. They were not punching on a phone. They were not talking up dudes, manipulating men. No, that's not what they were doing. They were focusing on the spiritual practice. And then when the stars aligned, or let's say somebody appointed them, was like, look, this is a good woman. I know this man over here, he doesn't have a wife because we're living in these terrible times. And it's not a genocidal contract kind of thing. It's not culture jamming. it's appropriate. Think about it. He might be amenable and you might be the right one, but it's not, a given. Just like in the zoo, some koala bears, they will not mate for some reasons. But at least they have the good conditions to do so. They try it out for a little while. If it doesn't work out, then both sides can return to their station with all dignity, civility, and respect, with no bad feelings. That would be optimal, wouldn't it? Why can't that work? Well, it can work, but it does take people dedicated to do things that way, which is radically different than the casual rug salesman kind of way that it's done now. And women, don't overestimate yourself. You get run through by 100 men, your mind is not going to be right. And most likely your body as well. So beware what these witchy broads have been splattering into people's faces for decades now. This could be coming from your mother, aunts, and even grandmothers at this point. So it's very terrifying and terrible what's been done. But there is a way back. And that is the way I just described. So make spirituality your first focus and not getting into the banged game. The banged up game. Because even if you pull some power play in the courts, I can't even describe the bad karma that will have. And you might be in the right. The dude might have turned into a bum, whatever. It's still terrible. Now, this is not to say you cannot recover from mistakes. You absolutely can. But it's best if you don't make them in the first place. Because real Kalyanamitta, they are wishing you well. Just believe it. They are wishing all living creatures well. And they're doing it on a my moment by my moment basis. So none of this should be misconstrued to be something other than that. And when you're doing well, your kids are doing well, your man's doing well, then the world is a better place, isn't it? It really is. But these things are not easy. They're not simple. They're not straightforward in this time. So this is the time where the good need to step up and make some radical choices for themselves that the mob of Padujas out there might not only not understand at all, but also not like or take offense at. So you're going to have to be able to weather that storm. Me, that's Tuesday. What's next? That was 5 minutes ago. What's next? That's where I'm at. I lose no sleep on fools. And neither should you. And someone wrote in, was like, genocidal, isn't that too much? Well, not really. A lot of people like to put extras on that word, but it's pretty basic. Just read it in the dictionary with full neutrality. If a certain type of people goes away and it's statistically discernible, then you could say it happened. You could say it happened in a small region, like where the Pontic Greeks used to be. We can now determine how much of their genetics is in the area that they lived in since prehistoric times, going back to the woolly mammoth myths and beyond, and say, well, to that extent, there has been a genocide. Cut and dry, no big deal, archaeology, history, all of that. Now, the problem is that people get their feelings engaged, and then, of course, you have these manipulative groups that love using that term for emotional purposes. They dig it up out of the past, which we know is not a good place, to create that ill will today that they then use in a not very judicious manner, in fact, an inappropriate one. So where would the skill be in that? It doesn't exist. It is unskillful in the extreme. But coming back to the history of the United States, look, you had a bunch of European groups that could get together if they didn't have bad leadership, such as the property owners of their time that called themselves aristocrats, that basically were just predating and suppressing their people. Now, not all of it was bad, okay? If they suppressed the subversives we had today, then that would be sort of an aristocracy worth having. But in any case, the United States had the radical idea that pretty ethnically similar peoples could get together and put away trivial animosities and then have a much better life by working together instead of working against each other. And it did work. It was true for hundreds of years. But again, it then became a global phenomenon, and then of course you're running into enemies, people that don't want the seas legislated by people they consider to be foreigners. And so conflict was inevitable. And so what type of method did they use? Well, it wasn't a frontal confrontation, it was a subversive one. And they needed young, dumb people to do it that they brainwashed, perfecting the techniques of brainwashing during the Korean War, and then applied them to college students, the boomers, pop psychology, cultural propagandists, few bunch of people that maybe, again, this led to also, let's say the idea was not perfectly implemented. You still had groups of malcontents in the New World that didn't feel like that the experiment was for them or worked out for them. And that could be true on an individual basis. Maybe they weren't planned for. Maybe some very terrible people decided to do it to them and then left them there. And some very criminally negligent people didn't do anything about it to remedy the situation. And so these things festered, and that was also their recruiting pools. Even to this day, they do it in Burma. Idiots call it Myanmar, but it's Burma. What's happening there? Same thing, ethnic groups. You got homogeneity, and then you've got a diversity of warring factions. All they needed was the guns, and they were ready to pull the trigger anyway. So who else would that be in the American history book that fits that bill? Malcontents, people that don't feel like they belong to the culture, who might do it on purpose to how about classist dynamics? People who said no, although they did away with the royalists, we're going to be a new type of royalist faction, the Grimies, the Globos. We're going to divorce ourselves from the national narrative or the national experiment based on economics, and then we're just going to, pretend like we're not a part of this, but predate and parasitize and dominate what the experiment should be from our point of view, which is essentially utopianist. It's like the kind of sweet nothing that a criminal whispers to himself before or conducting criminal acts. So no, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny, but they're captured by this narrative because it's self-reinforcing. They get rewarded the more they sell out. Now, some groups, while engaging in pirating, maintain their group cohesion. It's just they pretend to be part of the group that they're predating on. Gives them a little bit of a leg up in gooning people, right? They didn't expect the person they're just talking to they turn around, take out a bottle, and smash them over the head with their policy decisions at the last minute because they make, 5% more off of this or that unrelated business because their group said so. So, look, people, the idea itself was not bad. It's just it reached a tipping point and was not corrected. And correcting it now, how do we do that? I am for the humane way, but there's a lot of people in Haiti that wanted Haiti to turn out so much better than it did. And then there were the people that did everything they could to make it impossible that place would get better. And it does seem like they have prevailed in this time, have they not? Who's going to be the utopianist, bleeding heart, delusional moron that says, no, actually, it's exactly the way it should be right now? The airports going offline and things of that nature. So how far down the bag do you have to be with these utopianists now? Or can you just dispense with the wrapper they sold you on or sell people with and see them for the delusional, at best, actors that they are? Possibly we're looking at more ill will than delusion amongst the organizers of such just incomprehensibly awful warlike measures that really have not yet been statistically quantified. The 100,000 fentanyl deaths per year, that will go into a final analysis. But when we're talking about genocidal, from a scientific standpoint, not a politicized standpoint, scientific standpoint, for example, the woolly mammoths were genocided. They just disappeared. But we can now sort of date it with fossils, when that happened and where. We've had a genocidal kind of co-opted leadership now. I won't say since 1919, but that's certainly when these projects were launched. But they did bear fruit in the 60s, and we now have all that data. And if someone would dispute me and say, no genocide has happened, I would tell them to look at the numbers. And then you can make predictions based on numbers, can't you? So what are they shilling for? What have they shilled for? Why won't they confront the facts? Why don't they want those facts to be known? Are they good people? Do good people do that? Are we talking about genocidal actors that are not interested in the truth, that profit by that? Is that what we're dealing with? That level of ill will that is so unexpected, you would think, especially in a place like the United States where people are living relatively well compared to places like Yemen, where millions and millions and millions of people live, by the way. But that it caught them by surprise. See, a lot of people didn't see the motive. Like, how could these rich people do this if they're rich? Well, they had a bunch of funny stories served up to them. It was either class dynamics or utopianism. Or it's our way or the highwayism, or we have a monopoly and we have a wealth guarding or a blob kind of strategy, and you're in or you're out kind of proposition that they made to these dummies. So, look, in terms of history, everything can and has happened, and this is the whoopee cushion that we got from the greatest generation to the greatest failed generation that has ever been recorded by history. But unless that sounds too down to you, no, the bus will not stop here. The holy planet of purgatory will not stop spinning. But what you can do is change things around. Now that you know that the bus is rigged with dynamite, don't take that bus. People won't take it. Now that we know how people got spun and flipped, the thinking is that people won't be doing that in the near future, and that those that did, well, they're going to have very bad consequences based on their very bad actions and their very bad explanations for those bad actions that now look even worse given the data that we have that proves it. So it's a multi-pronged effort. It does mean waking up to grim or grimy realities and making the best of the situation, all things considered. As far as people saying, oh, these companies, they're too big or whatever, you can't do anything, can't do nothing. No, that's not true. One bill passes, the next day people are scrambling to get out of the building, but it's already locked. And a week after that, the business has a completely new focus, different HR. They got new people coming in that actually care about the customers. The customer service is day and night difference. Service is day and night difference. Deliveries, day and night difference. And if we have a reformed Wall Street that actually reflects that type of value in share prices, I think the shareholders, once the ownership has been replaced and the executives, will be very happy with that long-term kind of course correction. But the way things are going now, what will they preside over other than a heap of rubble? I asked this question specifically to business-minded, business community people. What do they think the long-term plan of just being subverted looks like? Dear brothers and sisters, do not be deceived by ill will. This is one of the three realms. I heard today via the Zen module, someone asked the question, what is the point? But see, that is the point of the spear that can strike you with ill will if you are not agile enough to avoid it, so that you do not need to strike and so you are not being struck. Over ambition and comfort zones are not precursors to vibrant mental health, which is really what every three-brained creature, every living creature really deserves. Come on, who wants koala bears to suffer unnecessarily? And yet human beings, look at how we're beating ourselves up about the craziest of things and attachments, when was it really our responsibility? Yes or no? Or was it just a delusional attachment? As in big things, as in small things. So don't start small, but if you did get in big, you can also get out big. How about people wearing the craziest of fashions years and years ago? They would never dress that way. Just one day they made a big dumb mistake and looked dumb, but that was their training. And now today they're unrecognizably elegant and fit and clear of past troubles, especially historical ones, that can be activated in the present. It's so harmful for a young mind to hear stories like that. So one should selectively use them or not at all. They should be teaching instructions of what not to do, harm other people at large scale indiscriminately. That does have bad karma associated with it. But to miss the point, see, you do not get struck by it. You see it and you move too. And so no ill will is produced unnecessarily. See, it is not necessary that it strike. It can be thrown. Yes, it was thrown. Changing forms and conditions, this realm is not perfect throne, but you dodged it. Even if 50% of you didn't, and it required a healing period, you were compassionate and scientific and clinical enough to do that, to put in right effort with right view, allow that healing process to take place, so that you can recover without ill will. You've extracted it. You half missed it. It didn't kill you. It didn't continue to determine your life by tacking you to the past stories. These alternative histories are very dangerous. Who said what, why? It all needs to be qualified, and some of it is malarkey. You wouldn't believe it, but it's true. And then people feel really bad, and other people feel that they have the need to do something because of the past. And it's just a toxic atmosphere for everyone. And that's why they launched it. But were these good people? Well, maybe they thought they were doing the right thing, but they really weren't they? Not for the right people. Wrong people got boosted. Can it happen? Yeah, changing forms and conditions. So what? They made a mistake? Well, that has consequences, doesn't it? But they're not all bad. That's why I say get off the doomerism and get on to just seeing things through new lenses that are perhaps more realistic, such as maybe the big things you wanted to accomplish weren't all that important, but the breath was really important first. And then the vistas opened up for you after you got through that just Negredo kind of contraction that anybody could have had for any variables. You just had yours. But by depersonalizing them, you're free of them. Just for a mind moment. And then as the practice becomes more ingrained, becomes a state of mind, a benchmark of health and vitality and wonderment and enthusiasm for the world that is so magical in places at times if you can just get there mentally first. It's not about physicality. It's not about materialism. It's about your microenvironment. That's what it's about. What is your microenvironment and why? And can you return to the breath more because you don't have to do anything, which is fine? Because maybe you're recovering. Sometimes you might walk 40, 50, 80 kilometers in a day and not realize it over long periods of time. So if you happen to be meditating, you're probably doing something that your body needs anyway. But how do you do it without having a monkey mind? Well, that's very valuable information to have. That's a technique, like a boxing technique. It's very good. Like all of a sudden your coordination gets 1,000 times better with a small amount of effort, such as right view and right effort to get right view. You don't just have it. A lot of people aren't born into it. A lot of people are mobbed and bullied. Yes, they're bullied, browbeaten into wrong political positions, wrong social groups, wrong think tanks, wrong perspectives on everything. So we didn't really have that at a widespread scale for many years, and this development has not had a good impact. So I guess we can just exercise some flexibility in the matter to just open up the forum to other ideas and without undue hostility, just to unravel things that might not be in one's best interest going forward. That is all. How radical is that? Do it individually, but socially, if you can afford it, do that too. The social environment should not be trash. It should be vibrant. It should be intuitive. It should be fair. And it should not have ill will in it. Ill will is for individual lifestyles or stories that might not be all that prescient in one's microenvironment, because there's not the egoic component that makes your variables more important than Ajahn Mun's, at least. But a lot of other people, even the lay people around you, or the worldly people around you, their variables are much more important, they think. But they really aren't. But they might not have the skillfulness to see that, but they might come around, but they might not. But you might not have the time to devote to bringing people around that started off bad in the first place, with easily discernible characteristics, such as the basics that don't work. So yeah, that's Restaurant Management 101. You get that right, you'll get a lot of other things right. But you don't get that right, there's really not a lot behind the first things, because the foundation need be built for the building to stand. Is that not so? And the foundation is your own psychology. That is your responsibility. Oh yes, it is. You driving that forklift, that's your responsibility. Your work, that's number 2, 3. But the key is to bring that mindset into work too, or basically everywhere you are, because you're congruent with mental health principles, practices, views, and perceptions that get people to different places that are better for them, more wholesome for them than ill will, dear brothers and sisters. If I have not convinced you yet to leave it behind, then that was your wake-up call for this new year, new day, new mind moment. You can cure yourself of these things and their after effects and the memories that were based perhaps on delusional misperceptions, and the attachments and the ambitions and desires and all of those things that might appear to be lofty but aren't. And then you can live free of them, free of delusion. You're a living creature, a mammalian creature. You eat, you have shelter, right? You have certain requirements. For some people, noise levels, but some are oversensitive. So, but what can they wear? They can wear some type of protective clothing. They can wear something appropriate for the environment. If it's raining, right, they have better equipment, then they also know how to deal with that equipment. And then they have a better time through life, where you can have these types of hardships and setbacks and disappointments and not have them bring you down unnecessarily, or destroy you, or twist you, or unnecessarily wear upon you, irritate you. This is the cure to that. This miraculous Silk Road pot of ointment. You can apply it to your perhaps aching joints. Whatever it is. You might have to do heat therapy on joints. Ankle, you got a bad ankle? Look into heat therapy. Look, and those ointments, Bengay was one of them. But they got new ointments out there. So if it is a problem, apply some dedication to it. But if it isn't, then don't worry about it. Tomorrow will bring changing forms and conditions, or the next hour. 5 minutes, somebody could call, send a text. Change your life forever. So if you have that type of elasticity and realistic expectations, it's not going to hit you that hard. The recovery time will be drastically reduced, or made possible in the first place. And the other side benefits are without reproach, such as living with a state of neutrality and fairness and compassion towards oneself and others. Now, somebody was talking to me, well, what about all these scummy companies? Thank you, bye. Yeah, well, look, calling a company scummy may or may not be true. It's, to be technically correct, those are not right words, which we know can have a lot of ill will associated with it. But why is the company scummy? Like, what can it change not to be that? That's the proactive person with clear vision and pure neutrality, with no ego in the game. That's the consultant module, right? Like, okay, based on this, and if we calculate ill will out of the equation, we can still profit and share those profits with our shareholders, but now we do things the right way and we make sure the workers are treated right. You know, not to the point where, like I said, it's not all sun and rainbows, especially when you first start out, but if you stick with it, and people should be encouraged to stick with it and make it achievable, then everybody wins in the end, don't they? Aren't we talking about Om in that instance, abundance versus scarcity? That's what greed kills. Abundance creates scarcity. So as above, so below. As below, so above. There it is. Poof. An orb is lit that just illuminated us all as to how things can be done going forward. If the company is not worth saving, it might have bad debts. You might have to liquidate it. That's another thing business people know all about. It's like a funeral, right? You have to liquidate the assets. The person died, the original intention failed. You name it. There's at least 1,000 different reasons. The uncle was a jerk, or personality conflicts of any kind. But people can amicably just officiate over these matters, and then they can make the best decision for management going forward, which is taking care of the workers and the customer base. And that kind of fundamental realignment to those simplistic principles that just deliver every time. They're just overwhelmingly popular because they're overwhelmingly successful. That's it. So get out of the ill will game. If it's messed up, reform it or drop it, cancel it, and restart, reboot with a program that is known to work. But not just any old people. You do have to do some quality control and vetting, and looking at things 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 times until you make a decision that could cause us all untold harm going forward, instead of untold and undisturbed richness, for which there should be a lot of gratitude and not a lot of greed. So, coming from someone who hasn't gotten one coffee yet, you could hit that link, but I'm not working for your coffee, if you catch my drift. I never started that way. Why should I end that way? Here's a good one. If you talked yourself into it, talk yourself out of it. Such as not being compassionate with yourself. Something's talked yourself into it. You're a bad person. You can't do this. You never did that right. Something like that. They don't like you. Well, now you got to talk yourself out of it. Find some arguments that mess up the other side's logic, because that logic is based on nonsense. It's delusional per definition. That's it. We bring it all back to mammalian creatures. Koala bears don't treat themselves the way humans do. Look how koala bears, look at that kami of the koala bear. They try to help each other out. It's sunny, they'll come and down and help the other koala. Now, I'm just saying koala bears here, people. Don't misapply that to far-flung, weird, estranged causes that might have a political hue to it. Not that, but let's get back to the koalas for a second, how they care for each other. And the old ones care for the young ones, and there's usually not, but it's certainly not all a bed of roses. They have their challenges, and old age, sickness, and death does not elude them either. But they don't have complex sociological kind of attacks that, oh, we're presenting this as popular and suppressing the real thing kind of manipulations and water armies and warlike measures that we humans can experience from time to time. But luckily that's all been commissioned to the past, right? Because they started stopping it, I guess it's probably going to take them 48 hours. Maybe they just started turning the tide on, turning the key off on any kind of hateful calciforming enterprises, or let's say social disruptions, or radicalizations, or flippings, or you're not this, you're actually this kind of people. Because that's like a kind of quackery and snake oil sales that no country or people or community or company would need, would they? Unless somebody made some bad decisions at the top that, like I said, it's reversible once you get new management in and do things differently. Problems get solved, especially toxic ones like those that are completely unnecessary. Except some people think they are necessary, but are those people necessary? Why are they necessary? And you can look at your thoughts that way too. Is this thought necessary? Why am I forming a contention with party XYZ when the possibility exists not to do that instead? Like, was there a problem? I don't know about it. I don't remember. What happened last week? A car tire flew through the air and you misattributed it to something else. I wasn't paying attention. If I knew about it, I forgot about it because I didn't consider it important. Delusional people, though. Let's return to the third realm. Just spend a few words on them and their hijinks. You all know people in denial. Well, you can see it in them, but you can't see it in yourself, most likely. But yeah, we have people that think because they are financially better off that they're better people somehow. But that game's rigged, and so are they. And just because you have money does not make you a good person. Everybody knows that, especially poor people, don't they? Oh, the comedy routine, ba-boom, bop. People laughing out there. Yeah, poor people know it. At least they do. But if we're all people, then why do rich people think there's something special, especially when they haven't done anything to warrant good karma in the form of receiving social praise and recognition, if they've just been involved in fake altruism and political shenanigans and third-party profiteering kind of thing. So that the difference is vast between the counterfeit and the real thing. So can the counterfeit come towards the real, or should the real go towards the counterfeit? Is that a compromise? What? No, just do it the right way, dummies. And if you were deluded, admit it, move on. You got ramshackle ding-danged for a time. You believed that UFOs were a thing, when in fact they were just drones. Now the story's been solved, and how do you feel now? Do you feel ridiculous? Are you out of the third realm yet? Because you can venture out that way, even if it's a hatch. You gotta turn the wheel part, and then push. It's a three-prong kind of process. But capable people have figured it out and have applied it, and they got the whole world outside the third realm that they are just so grateful for. It just grabs them. Like some people, they get works them up just thinking about what would have happened had they not applied those clear instructions to leave ill will behind. What would have happened? They shudder to themselves. They shudder. Some of them go clammy just thinking about the precipice they walked away from in the form of bad karma. Whoa, don't do that. Don't back that horse. That'll come back to bite you. Don't be a bad person. Be a good person. How hard is that? Can you be a little bit more considerate than you were 5 minutes ago? If so, great. Look at this, changing forms and conditions, as without, so within. You're transformed. You're purified. 5%, working on 100, but getting there. Kind of intuitive process. Non-thinking progress. Is the battery thinking when it's being charged? Is the phone working, or is it timed out? Or do you got that charge, you got the cord and you're working at the same time and the battery's still getting low? Because you fry your battery, no more energy and no more processing. If you want to be neutral about things like that. Which I do recommend everyone does with a faded self so that it doesn't get in the way of those kinds of keen insights that bite through the gunk, that bite through the film that people have accumulated over their self or non-self-awareness. As far as riches go, comedy routine again. Yeah, the rich, so-called, aren't rich most of the time, not in otherworldly realms. In fact, they're often quite deficient in those realms. But the only thing that keeps them out of condemnation is the pretense that those things don't matter, that the worldly things do. And those other things, they don't exist either. Why do you feel sad? I don't feel sad. That's what they said. They're in denial. See, that's the other side of a malignant narcissist, is they will deny. To their own self-detriment. Because there's a self-investment in one narrative or another. But that's the fairy tale. That's the little Piper of Hamelin. That little wonky song that they just keep listening to in a circular samsaric kind of doom loop that they were in, but now they're not in that anymore because they gave up denial. They admitted it and they changed, and now they're different. The end. I always recommend looking at the ocean, right? And then ask yourself, what kind of problems do you got again? And were they bigger than other people's problems that you might not know about? You might have the privilege of not knowing about. And why is that? Because they do not concern you. Full stop. You got family problems, you got this or that. You and yours, is it really? People in purgatory, they do make bad decisions for themselves. And they are punished for those. Have you ever put your hand under a lighter that you thought wasn't in the way but was, and then you got burned? Is that the principle? Is that the principle? Yes or no? Just simplify. Throw all the books out the window. Is that principle true? You did it, it hurt you. Now the problem is that people get attached to other people. So if they put their hand out and put the lighter underneath and light it, people feel their pain vicariously, sometimes much more than the pain itself. The pain itself, it's not so painful. But that psychological pain especially if it keeps coming back in the form of irritating visions, awfulizations, exaggerations, ruminations, returnings, or any of those old samsaric kinds of circuitous things that you can classify as self-harming or harming in the moment. You can also drop those things, and in fact you should, as a civilized person, know. You can tell people and you can show them also, in a way, to an extent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Changing forms and conditions, it's very possible that you might be mistaken at some point in your life, and then you recommend something, but then later you wouldn't recommend it. Now, the person you might have recommended it to, they might have had terrible consequences, which was the impetus for you changing your views and opinions. And that's just like a doctor would change his treatments based on some of his patients that don't make it. Do all doctors' patients make it? Yes or no? Let me talk to the medical personnel right now. Stand up. Do all victims pull through? Yes or no? What about victims of old age? And let's not forget sickness. Can that or does that lead to death? With or without your help? So that's why I want to mention the skillfulness is not found in vicarious pain. No, absolutely not. Full stop. It's found in vicarious joy. You can be joyful even for someone that is suffering in pain if it is necessary, because you can be grateful that they lived the way they did, or did what they did, or are doing what they're doing, even if it means sorting out purgatory for themselves. They might be one lifetime away from a breakthrough, but they had to have all this suffering based on previous lifetimes. See, this helps people get out of that materialist trap, which really does necessitate blaming if we're going to be 100 about principles such as accountability. But see, you can take that too far, and you might be missing a piece of the puzzle. You might just be seeing the tail end of something terrible, but it might be leading to something good too. That suffering, people, they break down and cry when they hear me talk. They have to come back. That's why this was recorded. They have to come back to it when those memories just start coming up. And they have to deal them one by one, like little bubbles, pop them and disassociate from them and let it go. Get it out. Yeah, if you have to cry about something, cry it out. You haven't cried enough, maybe you stop yourself. Just cry it all out and then cry some more on top. Some people, when they're vomiting, they'll they'll vomit everything, then drink some water and gag themselves anyway just to make sure. And then everything really is out. And then they drink some water when they can afterwards to rehydrate themselves. And also wash down anything that might have come up that shouldn't have come up. And then they're going to get themselves back into a state as best they can of caring, healing, and repose, so that they can reset their minds, one moment at a time, not in the next 5 minutes, right here, right now, so that they can be successful with these techniques and methods, so that they are called skillful, and they might even think themselves skillful because they know that if they didn't have these skills, or in the times when they didn't have them, ignorance is the first hindrance, wrong effort is the second one, but that's followed by wrong view, isn't it? Which has an ignorance component to it. But once you have learned the way, You've practiced the way, and then you are the way. The way is you. But you don't have to lead anyone. You're just leading your soul per the Dantean module out of purgatory and into either future lives, or here's where the theory goes to its extreme, never coming back to purgatory, or at least not for yojanas at a time, based on merit. Because we know that negative karma exists, but that is just one half of the equation. The enthusiastic side is that, yes, you can game the system with merit. Now that you know this, like you might have thought, well, these good deeds, yeah, whatever, they could be overblown. If I feel good about it or other people feel good about it, that's it. No, you don't know where that ends. So just like playing a little lottery ticket, one good deed could lead to big winnings, such as giving the Buddha a bowl of tapioca pudding at the right time. Now some people say, well, this is too Buddhist right now because, they harp on that story. But it's there as a teaching story. And it only has as much meaning as you make it meaningful. If you're a materialist, a annihilationist is what they called them in 2,600 years ago, well, you just annihilated the insight or the potential of playing those little meritorious lottery tickets. I didn't treat that person bad, although most people would have. I maintain my dignity, although other people would not have. And so on and so forth, all the way down the line. All those different ways you can do things skillfully versus perhaps how you did them in the past. Or something else. Perhaps you were thinking about doing it this way, but then you refrained just using the patience module. And because you're patient, you refrained and the thing disappeared, or you changed your mind and you missed all of that bad karma. That's another technique. But the karma of doing things the right way, that has a whole different layer to it. That has a whole different level to it. That has a whole different nuance and potential to it that the other thing does not have. And so that is the thing to do in that instance, if you can manage to do it, which you might not. Like a lot of people, I'm going to manage this, I'm going to manage that. They don't manage nothing. It goes nowhere. They're stuck in those mind states potentially for eternity. Should they, as a hungry ghost, get hit by a truck 3 minutes later in that mind state? That's the theory too. So there should be terrors to not practicing, but there should also be so much joy and dedication and enthusiasm for the other side of the coin, which has infinite potential. Imagine if you shave off 10,000 lives this go of it. Very unexpectedly so, because you encountered the right practices, the right instructions for the right practices. So you solved these issues. You essentially solved purgatory for yourself. You paid your debts. In fact, you might have some positive karma going into the infinitude of the bardos. Does that sound enticing to you? It did to many other practitioners. But you might be not convinced. You might be some dense, kind of square-headed person that's hardened in their ways, that might have some overblown conception of their abilities and their comprehensions. That might be you, though, or 90% you right now. if you're hearing this as a young person or a completely full-on ignorant Patugina, that might be the reaction. So I am not preaching to the choir here. The choir, it knows. But the Patuginas, they're resistant to skillful practice and skillful, insightful view. And then they miss out on all that appreciation that they could have for purgatory, despite all of its just mind-shattering horrors, especially on the socio-political, economic, and financial level at this point. But maybe that changed yesterday, and we've entered a new age of prosperity, spiritually and in every other way. But we know this place is changing forms and conditions, so it might enjoy just fantastic success for the next 100 to 1,000 to 10,000 years, but it might also die out in places for purgatorial reasons, including changing forms and conditions. They say most of the high civilizations of ancient Greece and Egypt, they died out due to some kind of catastrophic or I'm trying to say the word. Well, let's just say catastrophic tidal change. Like we hear these stories of the ancient flood, or the sinking or the submersion of Atlantis. They say right now with the newest technology, which is pretty reliable in this year at least, that yes, there were massive floods and disturbances, oceanic disturbances that essentially annihilated all high cultures along the coastline, going in like 50 kilometers or so. In some places. I believe Sicily is one, if not that, Crete, where people would be normally, but went away. So then you're talking about a complete reset. Then you're talking about a return of ignorance of the smart ways, smart paths, and social cohesion. Yeah, who are these people? Well, they're shipwrecks. Well, are they friendly or not? And then you're talking maybe not just 100% elimination of the population in some places, but 90%. They might have been the people that didn't know nothing, didn't know how to build, didn't know how to mix materials. They didn't know anything except maybe basic agriculture. In other places, maybe better understanding. So each one of us should be, in some way, civilizationally independent. And should such catastrophic events happen in the future, that we're prepared as seeds of good practice, skillfulness, health, and sanity, that wherever we would fall, wherever the winds would take us, that we would carry with us the seed of prosperity. But first on a spiritual level, and everything else extends from that. Now, but this is for the people that have what I call staring down the tunnel syndrome. How do you pop yourself out of that? Well, it's with money. It's not certain. Whatever you're looking at, it's driving you nuts. It's playing out in your mind. You're awfulizing, you're exaggerating. Just snap it right off with, it's not certain. Anything in the future is not certain. So if you're looking into that crystal ball and it's just showing you just endless horrors based on the just terrible decision making of this day, then you just come back, it's not certain. Those people all got fired, you didn't know about it kind of mentality. Or that thing will fall through at some point. Or, at some point, yeah, this is the thing, like also globally, you do bad deeds, you end up getting completely destroyed. And then you also have to differentiate. There might be good people in a destroyed system, like in Russia, or Ukraine, or any other place on Earth. And so you want the good people to have the best. And the bad people, they're going to really take care of themselves eventually, because they go through the losing credibility process. And then people are like, who are these people again? What did they do? What was the fruits of their genius? Was it good or bad things? Oh, bad things? Well, that's pretty easy to discern, isn't it? I went in, the food was terrible. The service was terrible. Everything was dirty. Oh my God. The whole country is like that. So they're the managers? Okay. They stink. They're awful. Well, replace them 2 months later after a full refab. My God, renovation. My God, it's a different reality, isn't it? Everything works. Everything's great. Isn't that wonderful? So day and night kinds of transformations, they can take place. So don't forget about that. Nothing's certain. So it's not certain to the downside, and it's not certain to the upside. But it can go upside, just like on investments. Your upsides, they could, 10x, 100x. It's happened to people. Talk to some people what's happened to, but don't get blinded by that. That's exceptional. But it's also exceptional to the downside. Dummies that just put their money anywhere and then it gets blown. That's a common story. It's common, normal, vulgar. But many people put it in smart things, and then it was just automatic that they would get a return, and they did. And then it turned out to be much higher than they thought. They thought they were just being sensible, but no. It turned out to be a real lifesaver. And we're going to take that metaphor again and apply it to the spiritual realm. It's absolutely true and real there, and it shouldn't be overlooked for any reason. And where it is there, it can also be applied, again, to meritorious deeds and actions that are in accordance with the 5 precepts. And that still gives us a very large realm to be active and efficacious in. Even if that's just talking to somebody that somebody else thought didn't mean nothing. People don't need to mean nothing. That's fine. You don't have to mean anything to be meritorious. That's a principle one should understand. I do like the idea of total disaster, though, like where a whole group of charlatans gets discredited as at once and generationally, going back into time. And people just say, this is just awfully, 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 terribly, poorly managed. And who's responsible for that? Oh, these people with these big-brained ideas and utopianisms organize themselves into cult-like structures based on egotism and self-conceit. But ultimately, just the prisoner's dilemma, the people that sold the other people out for some advantage, short-term advantage. And yet, they should still be propped up as some kind of accomplishment when the food tastes like crap consistently. In fact, it just keeps getting worse. Wow, they're so important. How did they get where they are? Just blast them out. That's the other thing. Once you reach a point of total disaster, you could say, all right, well, everything before that time was meaningless, essentially. And what do we have in here now? Nothing. Well, that's a starting point. But it's better than thinking that there's something there when there isn't, because that would be delusional, right? But look, there are well managed restaurants in the world now. They dropped by 90% in my time, but those 10% somewhere in the world, they are operating well. But why are they doing that? Well, not because of immorality or just terrible policy and strategic and tactical decisions like these people did in my time, but because of those age old principles, right? Of skillfulness, for example, in psychological, political, social matters, and not the opposite of that, like has grown like a fungus on the Enlightenment since it began. I recently heard some type of philosophical shill. I mean, these are again, we're dealing with pseudo intellectuals. So anyway, they're like, well, the crisis of modernity, we're going to go back to traditionalism. Look, traditionalism is a failed conservative whole, just like libertarianism was. Both of them were designed to fail because essentially that's an absurdist position. You're going to go back like 200 years. We're already in modernity, so you embrace that, but you do it in a way that is, let's say, has all the good things of traditionalism and none of the bad things, but that's not done in a sloppy, careless, politicized manner, such as been done up until this point by just completely misguided nerds and doofuses and greedy people, Kalesa-laden thinking and acting people, such was the worldly matter in 2024, but that's died, right? The remnants of it just sort of persists like a bad smell, but that was the pervading wrong idea. So no, we're not going to throw away the good parts of the Enlightenment to suit pseudo intellectuals. We're just going to do things in the here now way that is consistent with traditionalism in its best form, but not in any kind of weird forms. And they keep coming back to like pointing to abortion. Well, why did that happen? It was economic, socio-economic and psychological reasons, aka also the failure and unraveling of morality. So it was a lot of different points, not just the deed itself and its misinterpretation, that it was just an individual failure on each individual. We're talking about 700, 800, a billion individual cases. So do you see how immune the imbecilic kind of cast of people is at this time that would not take those factors into consideration, but just harp on something that's an awful statistic that could have been avoided with better management. But see, we're talking about management and the people that mismanaged it, and that's political, isn't it? Because they're so important. They signed off on these asininities, but just denied that there was a net effect because they personally profited due to what type of thing are we talking about? Delusion, maybe greed more than ill will, but ill will, it could be a part of it. Anyone wanting to shut down that kind of fakery factory that they are stuck in, even at this time, remnants, die-hard, delusional, maniac kind of should be in some kind of facility people versus people that wanted the best for humanity, especially one's own people, which is not a crime in any humanitarian world, but in a psychopathic one it can be, depending on where you're from, at what time, under what unfavorable circumstances, such as a bunch of frauds and charlatans butt-in skiing their way into the political system and turning it into genocidal predation with a global scope to it. Very degrading the whole time too, and very grating too. So irritating, leading to dysfunction, then the dysfunctional, and all of the just unimaginable horrors associated with that they blindsided and tunnel visioned their ways out of to justify something working for them in material terms. So, be advised, keep your head on a swivel. I mean, 2025 is not starting off well, is it? But, we thought so many better decisions would have been made like 100 years ago, but that hasn't happened, has it? So now we're dealing with what version of mismanagement at this point? So don't get yourselves down in 2025. Just keep it pushing, right? Keep it trucking, but at the same time, it is the individual struggle first. The social struggle just makes everything all that more difficult and revolting. And the people that do it on purpose. Water armies and such things as are considered normal today, but really shouldn't be because they're abnormal in historical terms. But look how standards have slid into non-existence in the shortest period of time. So we're hoping that that's no longer trendy, that there's a new trend, and it's called competence and skillfulness and preparedness and consistency and competency. So we do see them coming back, but it could be delayed thanks to how can we call them? People that demand to be in the room for some reason, although they have a track record, which, Crassus would run from. He would be laughing at these people if he was alive. He would be scoring points in the forum. Yes, he would. It's just he ended badly. These people haven't yet, but when will that happen? Nobody knows. But until they go down in flames, it's just another day, another minute of fronting and joshing, isn't it? That's how this dimension works. I think most people will agree that that's true. So that patience module, don't ever let that go. You might have to hit it every 5 minutes, like I've gotten in the habit of doing, just to be sure. Because we do know that bad things, come to a bad end, because that's causality that has nothing to do with the perpetrators of our day, does it? It's just watching it happen, if you can, from a position of relative comfort or relative discomfort. All those people stuck in wherever, in whatever conditions, yeah, they're stuck too, aren't they? They don't exist. No, there's just the celebrities, I guess, that don't make any sense since forever. Oh, I guess so. Well, that's okay as long as good people exist somewhere. That's a very good kind of situation. But we do know that the bad, especially in bad times, is very common. In fact, it's abnormal to find something good in bad time. But when was that not true? It's just the nature of this dimension. So there is that. But other than that, there's really nothing. Things can be very normal for the sake of appearances, but people can be very abnormal psychologically, and they're trying to make normal psychology abnormal and abnormal psychology normal. Oh no, they did that. Oh, what stinky beasts. How terrible, like anti-meritorious that is. But look, that's sort of the definition of abnormalcy, isn't it? Abnormally bad. It can happen. But if you over-focus on it, who's the fool? So you can switch from abnormally bad to abnormally good, at least from the standpoint of a perspective. Oh yes, you can do that. One wrote in, please, please, please talk about the Garden of Eden again. Thank you. Well, okay, what a special request. Yeah, well, there's a lot of metaphor in it, but doesn't it ring true to life, though? For those of you who have been in relationships and perhaps been betrayed by the woman because she was listening to the bad side of herself, but it's not her, it's not she, is it? It's not you, it's not yours. But she thought it was, and she fell in for bad ways. That's sort of what the metaphor looks like, don't it? Like, he's not doing enough for me right now, or where is he right now, or he must be doing that right now, or knew better than God did what Adam was doing. And Adam came back and was flabbergasted. Who told her that? Well, that bad voice inside your head, or a snake on a tree, or however you want to depict it. It's a pretty common, normal, and vulgar phenomenon, isn't it? These out-of-pocket women that we see all around today, aren't they the Eves of Neo-Barbaria? My comedy routine, somebody they fell backwards in the chair when they heard that. There was laughs all over the place. Somebody set off a gun, it was a starter pistol, and glitter came out. And a bunch of flags, and a monkey dressed up in a sailor's costume, walking around with shoes on. And every matter of circus performance ever seen by man, it can be entertaining too. This is not just a dour story, it's just the beginning, or a beginning of something that could be considered purgatory. So how elegant of a story and how instructive a story is that? But that's not to say that Adam is perfect either. He's a dumb human. He fell for the woman, right? He fell for his woman, or that version of it. The smarty pants woman. She knew everything way better. She had an inside source, she thought. And then how did that end? Terribly. So predictable for religious people, especially those religiously practicing women that get rid of all of that and disavow themselves of that, amen, on a regular basis. But the ones that don't, watch out. Because you're in for some disappointments and some delusions in that third realm, aren't you? If you haven't learned those yet, they're coming your way, young man or young lady too. It can go both ways. I would say women that are generally helpful for men, they can be suckered pretty easily in bad times by a bunch of fakers and predators, which is what happened in our time and was not hindered. In fact, was accelerated. So there's a lot of victims out there that were, or at least started off, good people. So they have an uphill battle and a challenge for themselves to get back to the heavenly kingdom, to get back to practice, to get their minds, reclaim their souls and minds and hearts back from all of those mind poisons. Kilesas, it's as cut and dry as that. You could go to the beauty section now and find it, anti-kilesas, and you apply that generously to yourself with the Om Mani Padme Hum method. And the results are astounding in some cases. A complete and utter recovery, a return to the ascendancy when they had fallen down to terrible depths, some of them just obnoxiously annoying and also horrifying. You know, a little bit of compassion here and there helps understand these things too. But at the same time, they're not known to not have happened in this realm under changing forms and conditions. And skillful people have suffered mind-shatteringly more most likely, than the average Patugina at this time. So it is possible, and in fact, it's very achievable. If you're comfortable, great. It's a great time for starting, because a lot of people that don't have it and things get uncomfortable, they get more unskillful, not more skillful. Or it takes them a lot more to get to skillfulness because they're so ignorant about things like kilesas and their management and their reduction and elimination. Sometimes the head-on collision to stop them where they start, which is in the mind, in psychology, in habitual blamings or ill wills or covetedness or I must have that, or aversion, I don't want that. It's either or, right? But you can pinball machine game your way out of that with consistent, skillful practice instead of just getting tilted all the time, smashed all the time, broken all the time, which is no fun way to go through purgatory. See, purgatory can be fun too. It is not always horrifying. Sometimes it's very instructional, and if you get it in this life, it may very well benefit you in the lives to come. That's the theory. I didn't come up with it, but it sounds very plausible to me, to the point that I believe it. I do. I sort of do, yeah. But I understand people have trouble with belief, like faith. What? Oh no, we're cynical, skeptical, critical people, because that's what smart people are, or at least that was the culture for a while, or that's how we developed or malformed ourselves into being, or mistaking intelligence for. But we've changed those views and opinions. We've let unskillfulness go, and we adopted skillfulness instead. And now we really don't see things the old way, which we don't even remember or relate to. We've depersonalized it that far to reach such a neutrality like that for its beneficial effects, like letting things go right now that might be bothering you, and getting in the practice of doing that over and over again until, like Tipex or whiteout, whatever mistake in your drawing or execution might have been there, you were able to correct it psychologically by removing such blemishes and mistakes from your mind, including the kilesa generating views that are wrong view. That's just the way to see them. Generating kilesas, wrong view, gets the X, gets discontinued. You pull the plug on that one. Wait a little while, nothing happening, great. Something good comes to your mind, okay, go with that. But be mindful, what is good, what isn't. If it's desirousness, that's going to end in disappointment, because then you're going to wake up and say, oh, but I don't have that. And you feel that instead of the good thing you think you want, but that's delusional too most of the time. You see how these things work? It's like around and around and around. Monkey mind. So you've got it, other people have it, you get it under control faster and better. You are a better person, yes. You're super normal at least. Perhaps you're supersonic normal. Like I know all good practitioners aspire to be, but that's not always possible. Because we are mammalian creatures. We make mistakes. We get spooked. Our mind can revert back to patterns and things of that nature. It's a common occurrence. It's normal. So you need not beat yourself up unnecessarily if you get into some bad habits of mind. People pick up all types of bad habits, and bad habit of mind is the worst. And the correction is easy, but it is something that needs to be done repetitively and not made more difficult, which isn't also easy all the time, is it? Especially when it's difficult, that's when this practice needs to kick in. And you need to stick with it and not look around and flounder for something that might not be there. Whereas this is there. at least your version of it, which has your variables. You might be going through variables. I didn't go through those. That was not my causality, my karma, my destiny, my fate. No, it wasn't. But it was yours. Or are you going to deny that? How could you possibly imagine the outcome that you got? And yet, you have it. So let's just call that fate, without ill will or blame, or further focusing on that. We're going to distract ourselves from that and go to the heavenly abodes. So it's detachment and refocusing again and again if necessary. But many people, well-bred, happy, above normal people, they don't have those issues, which is great for them. Then they can focus on the better things in life. How can they, I wouldn't say be more healthy, but how can they enjoy the moment, a moment of health, without running on to the next thing, so that you can savor a certain accomplishments in the practice, should you have gained yourself a little bit of time to work these things through. Congratulate yourself for that. You took 5 minutes to do this. Congratulate yourself. That is really how the whole process begins. Everyone started with 5 minutes. But 40, 50, 100 years later, some people increased it. Understandably so, but not all at once. So never forget that patience part of Om Mani Padme Hum. A madman running out of captivity. You might hear them scream, "How deceived I have been! How deceived I have been!" But see, remember, words are like spells, and see, using the container I does not necessarily mean that he is outside of the container I. He just thinks some version of I was deceived, and so remains hindered by self. The personification process. Now, see, you might just have to go over that theory like 30 times until it sinks in, because, again, the monkey mind always makes a mad dash right past I. It accepts it per se, without question. I this, I that, I did this, I did that. So it's very common, normal, and vulgar to think in those terms. But if you're thinking in those terms, you are hindered, especially if you're captured in unskillful ways of doing things, and you've containerized it in the concept of an I, N-I. And often that term comes up when Shadoic resistive denialist forces show up, because it's a self-preserving mechanism which feels like a survival list or a survival mechanism, because it sort of is. It's just misapplied to the instance of inquiry, or the process of metamorphosis or change, where one allows the possibility of transforming into something else, into perhaps a not I for a while, just changing forms and conditions, something that can, a consciousness that can be aware of those things without passing value judgments to them. Right now, the sunlight is hitting these Christmas ornaments this way. I didn't notice them before, but now look at them just sparkling and glowing. And if I didn't take the few my moments to notice it, I would have missed it. I would have been ruminating about this or that in some kind of I-ist perspectionism. But again, materialists come into the room, barge in the room. No, 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 I is not optional. You and yours, we can write it down, we can quantify it. That's all we got. But you and yours, you have optionality about you and yours, don't you? Especially if you don't consider it to be you and yours, what they consider to be you and yours, or you considered yourself to be you and yours just 5 minutes ago. But have your ears should perk up when you hear the phrase, I can't believe it. Because that's when this process is taking place. It's one of the last hindrances to a new realization, a new reality. And oftentimes it's not necessarily a good one. Someone is confronted with something that overwhelms them, but you can use this same mechanism skillfully without tragic moments to trigger them. Or dare I say, even surprising moments. Let's take the comedic look at it. Like, whoa, surprise! Look at it from the comedic point of view. Get rid of that tragic point of view. Here's another expression some people might use from time to time. If I could only focus on this instead of that. Well, right there, just realize it is possible, but something's hindering you from focusing on the good things. So that's the work you have ahead of you. Now that you've outlined the work, get to it. And the work, in air quotes, will go either fast, like instantaneous Satori, or slow, depending on your subjective composition at the time of insight. By the way, that's all packed into the Mensch module. Just doesn't seem like it has much on the outside, but has a lot more than you might think. Here's another one. How could I have been so foolish? That one comes back again and again, doesn't it? For some people, I mean, that's actually a good place to start. Because as mammalian creatures, maybe our expectations of not being fooled in any matter, maybe that expectation was a little too high, just, maybe 100 feet higher than what was possible in this realm. So how do we get out of that? Well, that's that little thing called compassion again. The thing that the tough dude bros think that only women know how to use because of what again? No, you have to forgive yourself at some point in life, and that's what compassion is. So if you can't do that, that's what you're missing. Now, if you forgive yourself for everything too easily, you might be on the other end of the spectrum. That might be your problem. I do no wrong. I can do no wrong. Yeah, that's a whole different problem, isn't it? But most people, at least good ones, have the other problem of not being able to forgive themselves for being quote unquote fooled. But that was an inevitability the moment you were born, was it not? So forgive yourself right now. Because not only is it perhaps a concept of self, that's in the way, but also that thing called ego. Yeah, your ego is not your amigo. Your ego says, no, you need to take personal responsibility for being fooled. Well, that's sort of not all that constructive, is it? You just got to let that stuff go, and with a whole lot of compassion in many cases, which you wouldn't expect. But see, that's that whole ego bruising thing people talk about disdainfully. But that bruising sometimes is really painful and difficult to heal. So give yourself some time and don't treat it in that flippant way that some abrasive cultures can treat it. You have to go in and do the work and truly forgive yourself for that bruise to heal. And yeah, ego, again, no self is sort of the way, so it's not a constant back and forth with an ego either, but it is useful as an indicator in cases such as those. And just to give yourself some perspective in these matters, a lot of Dhutanga practices, like micro austerities, have to do about ego bruising. Just like you sort of bruise your hands when you hit a punching bag. Yeah, it's training. And the more you can sort of bruise the ego in a training scenario till it sort of bruises or calluses over or doesn't become the biggest factor with you, or as close to not of a factor with you, the better your long-term practice will progress. Directionality. I keep coming back to this. Once you get through all of the kilesas that have completely jammed your perspective, perhaps for a time, just think back when you had a bike accident. That was the biggest thing, the most unexpected thing that happened to you, and it was painful. Yeah, you had to recover from that. You had to revise your writing style. You had to pay attention to things that you were being lackadaisically ignoring up until that point. But then the way that gravel made your tires slide out, it's a good thing you weren't going at a very high rate of speed, because the injury could have been much worse, and so on and so forth. You refined your writing style. That is the mission in purgatory. Good karma, even if it's picking up litter, that you have initiated a practice that helps you just even molecules at a time to improve. Here's the thing, because there's no rationality here to confuse us in the delusional third realm. What's the most delusional thing? Well, it's the thing that sounds most rational. That's why people are rationalizing, but that's samsaric. So you have to see that too and let that go from time to time. Now, if you're not doing that, that's excellent for you. But the bad news is it can come back at any time for any reason, and in fact, no reason at all. But we try to reason with it. And then we dig ourselves in deeper and deeper, become more attached, more focused on it, when, dear brothers and sisters, it's about reclaiming directionality after you have released yourselves from a jammed state of mind, and then doing things that are karmically good for you, but not something that just appears to be that, like some kind of scheme helping the wrong things. So you have to put the gas on these things and not become over exuberant, and let your directionality be steered in some way that seems plausibly good, but finally, on a strategic level, really isn't, even though it is pitched that it is. Oh no, it is. No, they say this, but it's still true, but it's not true. That's the right Mara mind. You think of Mara as a rug salesman with all the tricks. That's what I'm saying. Like he does not take no for an answer. That's why people, wonderful people, marvelous people, great people, have failed so miserably in purgatory and continue to fail because they do not have the practice for themselves. And they're failing into the thousands of lives to come. That's not to say they're coming back to human existence. That's not what Kafka said. So some of these associations are one and done. And if you pass them, even if it's to the point of not compromising and having barriers and having no problem with fences and other things, in your mind also, as in the physical world, then you can enjoy a level of civilization should you kick yourself free of misperceptions. And if it's generating ill will, greed, or desire or aversion, it's one of those things. So see it for what it is. Activate the mensch module. No matter how caked over it is, a mensch will tinker with it until the button works. That's part of the mensch module. So if you don't apply it, you can't be one. See, once you begin the depersonalization process, you realize, a lot of things aren't personal. The guy that's on the busy street with you that puts the napkin to his mouth and a wind gust blows at an unexpected angle and flies across the street and might hit you on the leg. He didn't want that to happen. He didn't see that one coming. He would much prefer to have his napkin back, and now apparently he's caused some type of offense to a stranger that just happened to be in the vicinity under changing forms and conditions. So should that stranger fly into a rage or take it personal or hold a grudge like people do about just any old thing? He said this, I thought that, and now I have a grudge for life. That's just not skillful in, let's just say, a dimension of changing forms and conditions. If purgatory bothers you, if it triggers you in some way, then just say a realm of changing forms and conditions. I think that's extremely neutral. If you take offense of that, if your theology can't handle that, then it's not really efficacious, is it, in this realm? Because that is what we have, do we not? Do bad things happen in this realm or not? And then good and bad, and then we affix these labels and we personalize things. So how about the dumb people amongst us? However dumb they are, how lovable they are too. You know who we don't like, or people don't like? They don't like know-it-alls because they think they know it all until they're the dumb person. You see, that's the whole heart and soul of the straight man comedy routine. You have the straight man, but who's in on the joke? Who's playing the straight man? That's the funniest part. So don't be the straight man in this comedic dimension. I want to thank Dante for making it a divine comedy, not a divine tragedy. Let us thank Dante. Let's take 3 seconds right now, just to say thank you to Dante for showing us just so many things in such a brief amount of time, and now we can avoid those things. We can accumulate good karma. We can leave the bad behind. Yes, we can. And it's not weak. It's not misguided. It's not wussing out. If it is the right thing to do, it is wise. That's it. Like, oh, these people went into conflict with each other. The others didn't. Who was wiser? Well, but see, some conflicts are unavoidable when other people commit atrocious acts. So, but let's think of the lovable foolish amongst us. We know they're foolish, but they're so lovable. So if a wrapper flew out of their hand at the wrong time and it was the middle of the night and they couldn't get it back, and 3 months later it's still there and someone hasn't removed it from the local area, well, they're sort of remiss, aren't they? Like, they're not up to changing forms and conditions in their microenvironment. And they don't have basic compassion for the two-legged mammalian creatures that are so lovable at times, just like our furry friends, the not-so-furry friends, can be so lovable at times, so thoughtful, so tender, so innocent, so childlike. You see, you don't have to hate humanity. You can just let that go. And you can stop hating yourself wherever you are with whatever dimensionalities or variables that you've depersonalized that you have. You can work with those in a civilized way. You're a woman. You've made tremendous mistakes, like are very well known in this time. Well, stop being that type of woman. Be the new type of woman. You got caught up in dumb, radical leftist politics. Just scrub it off, disassociate from anyone that even got you close to that, and do things with people that don't prioritize hateful, tyrannical, sadistic kinds of machinations and dunderings that the misfortunate culture of neo-barbarianism has brought back for some reasons that elude civilized people, but can also be expired as well with new, ever fresh kinds of perspectives that don't stink like greed, ill will, or delusion. And ill will includes aversion, right? Don't forget that aversion is a part of it, but attraction is another part. But good working order, yeah, do appreciate that. That's also very okay. There's nothing wrong with that, especially in your micro environments and not getting too out on a limb with these globo issues that stink to high heaven and probably don't involve you in the least, or shouldn't. So if they have, reduce that like you would an inflammation of a misdirection. And don't feel bad about doing so. Feel very, very good about doing that. Here's another thing to consider. Sometimes existence in the dimension of changing forms and conditions is against success. It's against recognition. It's against compensation. It's against civility, dignity, and respect, is it not? But those times are usually few and far between. And the times in between those times should not be filled with those times that were traumatic for some reason or another. We mammalian creatures have the bad habit and tendency to overfocus on the bad times, but then what do? We forget the good times. So at least once a year, I think New Year's Eve is a good time to make those resolutions, and one of them should be to be more aware and to be more present, and absolutely not in the past, not 1 minute in the past, and not years into the future thinking, well, because there's terrible trends in motion right now that they will determine the universe because it'll go over like a big bag full of methane instead. Because good standards are really great and people really love them, and versus bad standards and ugliness and other things. So if you were on the side of the good things, don't feel bad about that. If it's not recognized, it still doesn't mean anything, because Patuginas, what do they recognize finally? They have in my time, recognized and shined a spotlight on the most hideous and misguided, ugliest, stupidest ideas that have ever been pushed out of distributed networks. So, but that cosmic comma or causality, if you are good anyway, that still comes back to you. In the small forms, in the big forms, in the middle forms, all forms, via osmosis, because you did make the right decision. And it's not counterfeit. It's real. Like, see, that word counterfeit means not real, but there is the real. So don't, if you're focusing on the counterfeit, remember that there is the real. And focus on what makes the real deal the real deal. And it's not just because it's expensive. It's because it's good. Sometimes good things are expensive, sometimes they're not. But their goodness, that's good, isn't it? So walking away from a failed globalized idea and reinventing traditions from the past and protecting them from predatory, just indescribably hateful and envious forces. And just doing it calmly and matter-of-factly and business-like in this year will go so much further for making things better than you might believe at first glance. If you're, captured by that worldly, ignorant kind of world that we all can get caught up in at times. But skillful practitioners keep getting themselves out of it, which is why they are so fantastic. They're so great. They're champions amongst us. You know someone like that. Deep down, don't envy them. Try to assimilate or understand how practice is done. It starts with you. You're the practitioner. Nobody else, just you. That's it. Theories of good karma to bad karma, but back to good karma. But as far as bad karma goes, it's easier to see because it's usually recurring. It's usually like when you hit the gong with the mallet, it reverberates. So, or you throw a stone in a lake, the rings just go outward and then they come back, and it causes this kind of reflective wave patterns. But sometimes causality can just be, I call it space causality, right? Maybe from past lives, or maybe it was just indirect. Maybe it's just something you have to weather, like bad weather. And there's no other rhyme or reason to it than changing forms and conditions. But the good news is if you live a good, aware, and conscious life, you can keep these things to a minimum. And you can recognize them with pure neutrality, and the less of an attachment that they have, the less of the less of a grip, and then a less of a recurrence. But should they recur, just see it in that light and endure it, because it must be endured. That's part of the causal formula, is that if it is there, it could be there for a reason. It might be the residual regret or some other thing, but also Make sure it's not delusional. Like, is this me? Is this mine? Is this real? No. Just a bad thought. Well, what do we do with those? Are we sorting the little pebbles out correctly? Because you're really never done until you're out of this dimension of changing forms and conditions. But we could be going into dimensions that still have that anyway. If you look at it as an ultimate refinement process over many lifetimes, then it becomes less of a thing that seems insurmountable. As well as, perfection being sort of impossible and things of this nature. And so it's not the right lenses to bring. Make sure there's no recriminations on top of any unpleasant kind of arisings and passings. Someone wrote in, "Some comedian you are. You haven't made me laugh once." Thank you. And what can I say to that? There's so many critics. Here's something to take away. Anybody can get their nose out of joint for any reason at any time. So what are your variables? You need a comedian to change that for you? Well, be your own comedian. Because directionality is very important. Where is your mind going? And why isn't this place amusing to you? Because everybody's got variables that can throw them for a loop. And they absolutely do throw people for a loop, but there's nothing super normal about that, is there? No, it's very normal. Well, yeah, not laughing at funny comedians is pretty normal too, especially if you've got a lot of kilesas banging around upstairs and in that thing called the soul or chitta. Some people don't like to translate chitta to soul. They say, oh, it's just the heart. Well, when I think of a heart, I don't really think of a soul, do I? But yeah, there's some emotional component to it. I guess you could say when you say a boxer has heart, that means he just has a lot of endurance. He can take a lot of pain, but that's not the same thing as a soul, is it? Which is more multi-dimensional and multi-directional. So reclaim the directionality of your heart, soul, and mind. How about that? There we go. 1, 2, 3. There's that number 3 again. Or 1, 1, 1 equals 3, and then put 2 pluses, the equal sign in there. See it like math and not through a captured emotionalized lens, because in that realm, if you're weighed down by that, you will not get to the neutrality of a math equation. You will not gain that distance that is required for directionality. So many people get stuck in the trenches. They're battling it out with the kilesas, and I say, good for them. It's really what you have to do. It's just some of them have broken shovels, and other ones, they bring some equipment with them, and some of them are not in the trenches. If they find out they are, they sort of get out. But that doesn't mean they give up or surrender or run away in a cowardly way, but they do reposition themselves in a place of advantage, such as not being bombarded with megatons of negativity or shaky agreements or other people, places, and things, but finding with directionality something that gives them a few advantages, especially in the department of a calm mind that is not overgrown with neglectfulness or irritation. That is completely unnecessary. See, imagine you come to me as a doctor, not as a comedian. Say, doctor, I got this, I got that, I got this, I got that. And I listen. I slide my bifocals down my nose at certain points. And I shake my head a little bit sometimes. And then I nod a little bit. When things start getting really rocky, then I just stare. And then finally you say, Doc, what do I got? How do I get out of this? And I just look you point blank in the face and say, look, it's all in your hands. Nothing's wrong with you except the way you think. That's it. Oh, and that's curable. But you do have to put in the practice. Like me giving you that diagnosis, it will not help you except to let you know it's possible. But you have to not put in the work. Because see, a lot of times we think, well, we got to run this thing right out of our minds, when a lot of it is just letting it go, detaching, fading, allowing ourselves to be distracting ourselves. Like, yeah, it's true, all of this, fill in the numerous variable, but, oh, look at this pillow. Isn't it quaint? It's got a nice little shape to it. It's comfortable. It's got a theme. Look at the colors. Look at the execution. And then what was I thinking about again? I forgot. Oh, or maybe it was that. Well, I don't. I don't need to return to that. See, no force in the world is compelling you, really, to think the way you do. At any given moment in time, a lot of people just are sloppy about these things. They fall into conditioning. How about the conditioning to see things in a extremely negative and obtuse way? Because this and this thing happened there and there at this and that time, life's no longer worth living or something like that. This is happening all the time, not just in your case or in anyone's case. You can hear these people. When you hear them, laugh now inside, but don't laugh at them, because they are suffering enough to say that. Usually they do feel it's real, and if you felt it, you know it's real too. The older you get, the more experiences like that you could think back on, if you were inclined to do it. If you've reached a state of neutrality and wisdom, you can return to these things, and then they will appear comedic to you. But only if you really look into the details. Into the details of your thinking, not necessarily what happened. And then you just gain more perspective. So it's not really interacting with these things that's the point. It's getting beyond them. And then reclaiming directionality that should be the intermediate's focus. But getting through that cloud of Khaleesas, in many cases, not so easy. first thing in the morning, throughout the night, it could be battles happening, subconscious battles. Then your consciousness gets engaged. Then you're conditioning. All right, I'm going to make this worse. Because that's what, yeah, imaginative people do, right? That don't have any training or insight. But then, no, you catch yourself and then you counterbalance it. Right? You'll say Om Mani Padme Hum maybe 3 times just to clear the room. And then you've got a couple of other things. Micro austerities, breathing, changing the directionality to the breath, just letting it pass like a stomach ache. It's a mind ache. It's a heartache. It's this and that. You're not defective. You're in the dimension of changing forms and conditions, so use it to your advantage. Memories don't exist anywhere except in your mind, and they're probably delusional. If they've been activated in the present, they sort of de facto are. They have no place there. You think they happen. The way you think they happen. That's the delusional aspect of it. But it appears very real. If you ask somebody, did that happen? They'll say yes. But see, your thinking is in the wrong place. It's not that it did or didn't happen the way you saw it. It's just it was another time, like the 1920s. There's a couple of great films from the 1920s. Look how civilized New York City was, for example. And now you go there, the reality of it. And then if you want to make some comparisons, you're going to be in a load of disappointment if that's what you want to do. But see, instead of 1920, go back to, 1620, same place. How does it look then? Right? So, how does the 1920s look in comparison to that? As far as how people were living versus the perception of perceived satisfaction versus real satisfaction. And then finally, it's just academic. You're not there. You might think you're there. You might think you would be happier in maybe the 18th century. But that's delusional, right? You can think all different types of things that you think would make you happy if you only had them, but don't. But then finally, what are you left with? If not disappointment. And how would that be skillful? So you got to think about these mind traps in a mathematical way. Like, okay, this, then that, then this, and then boom, what comes out? A Kalesa pops out of the Jack in the Box. So, no, not this way. Let me try again, right? Wipe the Etch-a-Sketch and start over. All right, the derivative of neutrality times gratitude equals joy, something like that. Okay, so let's do that. Let's not leave it as theory. Let's put that into practice. It does work on the theoretical level. Now let's see if we can make it happen. And then poof, subjectively, magically, it happens. Sometimes it happens when you're not expecting it, but then you look into that and you say, hey, there was that equation. Let me write that down. That's a eureka moment. That's Satori. That's a breakthrough. And then you collect those little breakthroughs and you forget about and focus on them, and you return to them if you get lost or thrown for a loop. And then how can't you make progress by increments that way? If there really is no other way. But I would say that's sort of an intermediate level of skill, instead of just battling those calluses. And that's usually where people that decide to take these things seriously, that's where they remain. Like they go onto autopilot, then they'll go into their so-called meditative practice or prayerful meditation. They just do a few superficial things, and then they revert back to conditioning. They don't rewrite their conditioning. They don't change the directionality of it, which is why 90% of their day is fought in the trenches. This Kalisa pops up, but look, they do fight back. They don't accept it, but they're still interacting with it. It seems endless. It's a labyrinth of trenches and people popping up. This, you didn't think this was going to be thrown at you, that gets thrown at you. And it's every day. It's a war. Versus strategic autonomy. Right? You push a button and a helicopter comes, or I guess a drone extracts you from the trench to the hill, to the mountaintop, one-pointed practice. And you're looking at, well, did I need to be in that area of risking my health and sanity, or where would be the better place to commit my very limited resources? Taking a realistic approach, a mammalian kind of view to not torturing animals like human animals, but being kind to them instead. That's so radical today, to be kind to human animals, especially oneself, because that's where it starts. This is not the steroid practice. This is not, I need balloon muscles to impress people. This is the healthy, compassionate practice that people say it was wimpy when it got started, but some of the hardest people ever known to have existed had this practice. And for that reason, people didn't call them hard, but they certainly weren't ridiculous enough to call them soft either. So don't ever discount the importance of this, but of course don't overdo it. If you're overanalyzing, if you're over-engaging with kilesas, you're really not doing the right thing. It's about distraction, it's about directionality. It's about breaking the connection and starting over with wholesome things. And doing it minute by minute, right? If that's what's necessary. If you're going through a turbulent time, then that's what the practice will require. Now, when you reach long periods of serenity, then that probably isn't the right practice. You don't need over maintenance, right? You can let things slide, let things roll, because they're rolling in the right direction. You don't need to course correct. But there you are, rolling in your wagon. No duka, duka, duka sound to be heard. The wheels are rolling. But then, boing, oing, oing, oing. Then stop, right? Don't drive those wagons don't drive the wagon like that. Stop. Put the wagon up on some blocks, change the wheel. It could take some time. You weren't able to predict when that would happen. But it's the right and appropriate thing to do at that time. And you might think, well, this is too much work or blah, blah. Then look at the other people again. The sparks off their back axles, riding around like a sled through these all asphalt streets in a metaphorical sense. These people who have long since lost their wheels and don't think they need to make repairs. That's what's out there in the form of purgatory. Yeah. And they're going to go that way into the future bardos. And you can just imagine how much suffering and pain and annoyance they're going to experience. So no, maintenance is just a part of life. If you don't see it as a bad thing, you see it as the good thing that it is, you can take your time, you can appreciate it. Give yourself a whole day, 2 days to change the wheel. But then when it's rolling again, shh, just makes a sound, no sound at all. Shh, smooth runnings. That's the end state. That's the goal. And that's possible. Someone wrote in and asked, you used that metaphor about the rock being thrown in a lake. Can you go into further details about that? Thank you. Well, precisely. Do it. See, when you're doing your water staring meditation practice, WSP, WS, water staring practice. Yeah, WSP practice. Yeah, take a little rock and throw it in a serene lake. Then watch the ripples. Now, everyone will think, well, okay, once you've seen it once, you see these concentric circles, but if you look for a longer time, you'll see how those concentric circles will hit off of other things. We can call those things variables, and then there's refractions and even returns of those ripples to your sitting position. And we can look at causality like that, karma like that. Now, if you commit a good act, those reflections can come back to you, again, in subtle and subjective ways, in bardo influencing ways. But if you do bad deeds, it's the same thing in reverse. You get bad back, including bad memories. But it might be the act of your interpretation. Your interpretations might be based on some worldly and or misguided or Mara-like kind of context, which is the default at this very lost time, which would be normal and understandable, but that's precisely what you're doing wrong, which is causing the bad karma or bad causality, which is also extending to your attitude and your memories and how you see or interpret the past, instead of in a more linear fashion that those were transformative experiences to get you to levels or past things, past lives possibly, so that you could take the ascendant path finally and get above the mosquito level of kilesas into the higher altitudes. There's another great simile as well. People who live in high altitudes, they're not really worried about hot weather or insects. Why is that? Well, insects like to be in the low places. And that's why swallows fly low to catch them. They're mostly bound to low elevations, but the higher elevations doesn't have them. Too high. But the life in the higher elevations can be very good. See, what is it like in northern India? Is it higher elevation? Then you start walking towards the south. Lower L elevation. Back and forth, round and round, just like the old master did. So, as below, so above. As above, so below. But if you're low, then why don't you change your elevation? Change your perspective. Change your viewpoint. See things from a higher elevation, not the low elevation. If you're seeing it from the low elevation, you're creating the causality of the subjectivity of that perspective, i.e., you're poisoning your mind in that moment. But by exercising optionality, by abruptly changing one's mind and returning to the noble way of seeing things, well, then you generate noble view, right view. You generate the positive causality associated with right view. Brings me back to the Mensch module. By the way, that module has big fans. Like, you wouldn't believe it, but they're really enthusiastic about it. Like, they threw everything else away, but they kept that one. See, the Mensch has a compassion, no matter what. So, once you realize we're mammalian creatures, it really doesn't matter what group people belong to. They're struggling with the same things, the same misperceptions, the same ill will, greed, and delusion as all other mammalian creatures. So they have a general compassion for these things and an unwavering one for themselves, instead of having what might seem to be high ideas that are so unforgiving and so brutal in their judgments against you, finally, because the harsher you judge others, that same metric will be applied to you. You won't want it to be true in your case, but the judge says, hey, you set these rules for others, so I'm not breaking them for you. So you wanted to be a worldly success, but now you're not in your own terms. So now you get the causality of feeling like you didn't accomplish anything because you thought accomplishments looked like this. And see, you can have a judge like that. You can get a judgment like that. You can get a rap like that. And then you got to serve the time. But during that time, you can reflect and you can change the laws of your soul to be more compassionate. And then, how about this? You decriminalize. People don't want to hear that word because, see, it's misapplied in this time. But you decriminalize compassion and understanding for mammalian creatures, but not too much, right? If you go too far, you have anarchy. That's wrong compassion. No compassion for Kalesas, okay? But compassion for people that can be, let's say, overwhelmed by them for a time. But of course, knowing the difference, being wise, about these things. No compassion without hum. Although ma and hum belong together, sometimes they're not. Compassionate for the wrong things, that's a wrong view. So these matters do have subtleties, and nuance to them, and getting them wrong is very tragic. Not being around foolish people, that's a blessing. Being around foolish people, that's a curse. But how can you mitigate whatever it is you're dealing with or has come within your vicinity? Some type of noxious gas comes in your vicinity. How do you react? Some noxious person or ideas or viewpoints come into your vicinity. How do you deal with that? Some people react or conditioned to react one way that might make the thing worse. Some of these actions that one takes is not the best, and so you have to sometimes act counterintuitively. Oh, I feel I should do this. This would be the right thing, but it's the wrong thing, kind of thing. You don't get to that home, the root of home, if you are mistaken about what to be compassionate for and what not. And yet, that is a very dangerous area, fraught with many mistakes. And yet, it is compassionate to forgive oneself for perhaps being too austere, or as the dummies of today are, too lackadaisical. I'm a bad person, so I really have a heart for bad people. That's not good, is it? That's mixed karma. But it's very difficult at times to know which is which. We're talking about the third realm again, delusionality. I thought I was doing a good thing. I actually didn't do that, and I used compassion as a reason, wrong reason. So, we have a lot of dummies in religion that make that tremendous mistake. And that is why it's very important to have very good teachers that can point that out and say, well, I see where you were thinking, but you made a big mistake here. Have people that can point that out for you from time to time. Because there's really nothing more, I wouldn't say there's nothing more revolting than misusing good people for bad things, or doing bad things in the name of good things, but it's pretty bad. But it's not something that you can't recover from if you have committed yourself to high practice. With neutrality and no self, that really does help the process of refinement to take place, whereas it would be blocked if you couldn't admit that you were deceived. All right, here's something to be heads up about, is that when you're wrestling with kilesas, it can turn into projections. And that's blamings and ill willings, but really the whole process starts with the individual and how they're seeing things in a perspectionist way, and whether or not it's according to the 5 precepts or other benchmarks for civility, dignity, and respect. But of course, with counterparties that are sincere and not playing games. But that can happen. People can be delusional, then people can play games, then people can come back to the spiritual realm, which is accessible to us all, despite what anyone says, all the time. We can be praying all the time, in between times, like not thinking about other things, just praying. However much your day would have been filled with worry, now it's filled with prayer. Because you noticed worry is a kilesa, I've been wrestling with it, that's the future realm. That's what if scenarios. That's unskillful. That's unwholesome. It's a complex of unwholesomeness that can so poison your life, drain it away, strangle it away, scare it away. If you're praying, at least saying the simplest of syllables, Om Mani Padme, over and over again, however many times, till it sinks in, even on a subtle subconscious level. Some people have had great results really quick, but some people it took a lifetime at least. So the good causality of the good means when you're saying good words, you're probably in a good place. But what keeps you from getting there? Do the opposite of that if it's a kilesa. Like I said, ill will was a problem with me. I wished all living creatures well until I really did mean it. Because what else can one say about purgatory? Other than one would wish someone more skill so that they do not harm themselves. No personalities involved. Just that principle. That would not be a sincere voice for the better path. And yet, when we're wrestling with kilesas, we are stuck in criticisms. We're stuck with blamings. There's some kind of desire plus the aversion of not getting that, or something like that working as a sub-process that you can just simply disable from time to time, and at some point it doesn't come back. But some of these are very persistent. But finally, it is based on delusion, because we know there are good things in the world. It's just we haven't been focusing on those. We've been focusing on this annoyance, this setback, this. How about egotism of some kind? These social media things are terrible. Everyone criticizing each other for anything, and everybody knows about it within minutes or something. It's ridiculous. That is not healthy. People used to have long periods of time where nobody knew where they were. They were up herding cattle. You don't think, look, cowboys, all different types of agrarian people, they were with the cattle long periods of time, out of touch, out of range. That still didn't mean nothing. Because the people had such a skillful way of living that they weren't in the past or in the future. They were where they were for a moment in time, like here today, gone tomorrow. Here now, gone later. But there were those people who accepted that principle with neutrality, and those that held on with greed to things, other things, just dead things, instead of the magic of good society. It does exist too. It's just not really been cultivated, but it can be, and it's a great thing. But of course there's downsides and certain rules that should be kept, as far as being some type of person that really does want the best for all living creatures and doesn't just profess to be that, because we have a lot of charlatanism in the game at this time. But perhaps they can also help us achieve high goals instead of being in this competitive modus that does damage us all. But on the other hand, one must be realistic about intentions, and of course cause and effect, causality, yes. As scientists, I have outlined in great detail the causality of what I'm talking about. which makes it irrefutable. But in my time, you won't believe it. Like in medieval times, people came out of the woodwork saying, "You can't say that." Really self-important, misguided, revved up people had no expertise in the matter. Just deciding things because they say so. For what reasons again? Minority interest. Yikes. I heard that happen in some place like in the Caribbean or something, or some other places, but I don't think the results were very good. But if certain minority interest thinks that's in the interest of their collateral damage or something, then what do they care? Like, oh what? They all go away, it doesn't matter. Right? I'm not saying people don't think that way, but certain crazy people have. Whereas the opposite of that, wishing all living creatures well, is a lot better. But to an extent, like to the extent of good and bad causality, really. And I mean that psychologically, not necessarily in material terms, although, you know, why not have some corresponding kind of unity about how these things do relate to each other in a understandable way that you incentivize good things and do the opposite for the bad. Disincentivize. Yeah, people can agree to those principles. Get yourself out of your neighborhood, out of your country, and just recognize that that is the truth. But that is common and vulgar, and it does not lead to success. But many problems seem to be pre-programmed because of bad decision making of people on the ground, i.e. bad management. That is all. As neutral as that is, some business people were like, what he's saying, there's nothing crazy about it. But for people who have never been in business, they're like, what is he talking? He's an astrophysicist. He just lost us. There's 5 formulas on the chalkboard, and he blew our minds. We don't know what to do. Yeah, well, take your time, because it's better to figure it out either quickly or not so quickly than not figure it out and suffer tremendously because of that, unnecessarily so. So isn't that the basic humane principle that the Sid author could not say no to? He could not just keep it for himself. I could have died 2 minutes ago, but I still got 2 minutes left to live. I thought it was the end, but I've got this new beginning instead. It's just going to be increments to a blessed place of some kind, which is not simple at all. And most don't make it, but some do. You know, that jungle filled with dead bodies of all kinds. Just imagine what it looked like in ancient times. And to force oneself to see what happens after death in the places that people were afraid to go to because they were known to be haunted. See, out there, you know, death, it is a part of life, and animals and everything else just get thrown in one spot. So some people out here are like, oh yeah, the Buddhists or whatever are soft, but the Buddha wasn't soft, and nor are his teachings. Not the true ones. It's not just sunshine and rainbows. If you want to put it in Jungian terms, he successfully went through a Negredo phase with the accompanying phases. And that's the process, is that it is a purification process. And then on the basis of the purification, you make better decisions as far as your health goes, or what habits you will discontinue, such as perhaps not brushing your teeth enough. See, negligence, not devoting enough time to this and that, but that and this. But sometimes, yeah, we have to get through long periods of hardship, one might say, or let's just say difficulties or frictions, right? Frictional variables, just like tools in a mill. They're cutting all the time. Your brain is processing all the time. And enter my comedy routine. And some people, they are dull. They've been worn down. Have they not been? They are dull. They can't, and yet it's still ticking up there. And some of them have brought just a legendary level of dignity, civility, and respect to my life where it mattered, when it mattered. And they shall remain nameless, yet they are legends. And everybody out there going through hardships, or how about going through periods where you're really attracted to something, people in retrospect would not want to return to that phase. So let's have some human compassion. But at the same time, if any one of them can calm down a little bit, right? Calm down and focus and slow down, that's going to be the wise amongst you eventually, if they're not fools. But they do exist too. But what I do know is that anything and everything can happen here, good and bad. A lot of it is perspectionist, and a lot of it is deluded. Despite your personal attachments, your strong feeling that this is right and that is wrong, these things have been known to be dysfunctional at times on an individual and group level. But the way forward is better relations, not worse ones. Now, when are bad words warranted? It's understandable that in bad situations, bad words would be used, but it's so much more professional to not do that, and also formulate things in a way that is concise and meaningful and well-meaning. I think that's the key. It should be well-meaningness that conveys the genuine message, and one should be well-meaning, should one not? So if I've just convinced 10 people of that principle, those are 10 people that can be worked with, but the 10 people who are still playing games and taking too much, and I don't know. It doesn't work on the restaurant level. Why would it work at higher levels? See, at that point, there were so many egos that got shattered. They felt like, somebody pushed the lift off button. You could hear the glass breaking. It was like, like all the high rises, the entire city, windows blown out, boom. just like glitter everywhere. In a blue sky with a snowstorm coming in. That harsh January wind. Some people didn't like it, but others, they really did appreciate the fresh air. And, oh, the ability to adapt. That was essentially what I wanted to start this with. And in a less ominous tone, just, hey, this is gear testing report. These boots almost froze my toes, but they happened to get sliced down the middle in a freak situation. So it was a materials test as well as an experimental lived experience test. And it was explained in such a concise, beautiful way that people would return to it for centuries, perhaps. Or as long as the living language flourished. But coming back to Siddhartha for a moment. Oh yeah, Gautama Siddhartha. You remember him? Yeah, I think that whole drama that he did experience with his father about not taking over the crown, that he looked, see, he did have at least enough of, let's say, management around him that any dead bodies would be taken care of pretty quickly and put in the spot that the workers knew about, but not people that didn't need to know about it. But he felt like he somehow learned about that, became intrigued of it, and then asked himself, because it was sort of made an issue that he should not go there. Which sounds reasonable, right? Who said, how many of us are checking out, the city dump? It's sort of, yucky. And let's not forget that disease was something they knew about, but they didn't know the causality of it. And if you didn't know, dead bodies in India are not a place of wholesomeness. So people put them far away, but sometimes not far enough, and contagions broke out. So you're not your son, whatever, he has a morbid curiosity with some question about dying. What's dying, by the way? We're not planning on dying. So why does he have this morbid curiosity? And it's not a fact of life anybody, especially narcissists in denial, do not want to confront, but it could be staring them right in the face. It's just they have to get past that self to accept that limit of reality and recalibrate one's thinking based on that first as a foundation and work from there for good results. Which is to say, one does not need nearly anything. In fact, if one is imprisoned even, this practice, especially in the Kalisas, but anywhere physically, there are people who are imprisoned unjustly. It's not true. Come on. Just let's say there's 10 of them. What are they supposed to do? Just give up? Give up on this place, themselves, but not maybe a self, but not no self? That they would reach that point of return despite whatever variables they're dealing with. especially because of the variables. The variables, they're, they're very important until you don't make them important. You make the cultivation variable important, which includes psychological wellness and, shall we say, comfort versus handstanding for tater tots that don't arrive or some such thing. So I do understand that some people thought these things could be experimented with to an extreme degree, but getting these things wrong can be very fatal. So I am of the mind that by sharing it with others, that if we can all mutually benefit, that we will be so much more wealthy in truth than in numbers. At this point, I want to say on a certain level, I do respect some gamblers that go through that exercise, everything or nothing sometimes. But it really isn't. Like if they're playing with little beads, I don't recommend it. But what you can see is psychology at work, and also greed and the folly, and then the loss, and then the regret cycle kind of thing, if that makes any sense. Well, if you don't need to know those kinds of cycles. But if you get into them with different variables, you can get out of them the same way by letting it go, letting it fall apart, letting the rationalizing fall apart, the denial fall apart, the self fall apart, if that's what's necessary to short circuit that thing. You see, that's all. It's just a flexible kind of tool. It's not some kind of statement like you're some type of a guru of something or another. You're just a normal living creature, essentially, like everyone else. Like the coral, it's a living creature. You're gonna let it get trashed? I would say no. If it was up for question, someone said, "Hey, should we trash it or not?" I would say, yeah, no. Not even if it doesn't belong to me. I think it's nice as an independent living creature. Why not? Like, it was here before we got here. Why can't it be here after we got here? Doesn't that show a little bit of respect for Mother Nature? Could it be Tara again? Artemis? Is that where we find those ancient concepts, right? Like, don't personalize these things. People who try it often fall afoul, and then they are damned. It's not recommended. But as far as role models go, to a certain extent, I think they have something going for them, because they did form some function for many peoples for thousands and thousands of years, some form or another. So, why not? But not with misdirection or manipulation or stupidity mixed in with it. Purely neutral. So that's pretty rare to accomplish, even though many professed to do so. They failed. They only got as far as the Khaleesas, the top of them, and didn't make it past there. So therefore, they are not role models, but disasters. People one should not emulate in any way, except perhaps right effort, but that looked way different than their wrong effort and wrong view. So don't get it wrong, right? Get it right, and then it is right. It really does work. It's true. And yeah, women have been known to be not so, not captured by their emotions and passions and understandings, and then they reach a certain age and then they become more discerning, but sometimes not in the right way, maybe in the critical kind of aggressive, combative way, which leads to what? Can it be a fight? Oh, that sounds not fun or helpful for one's mental health. So if people can't refrain from doing that, you certainly can refrain from their company. And there's nothing edgy about people that are unskillful in such matters. But look, mistakes can be made and remedies found. And look at that, the Taoist module just got activated. Whoa, feel those green beams. Boom. So some of you will make it, but those that don't, well, at least they were able to hear at least one version of the truth that they may or may not, for personal reasons, find offensive or not. This time, many of them would, just for us speaking. So my, how cultural things can shift to the worse. But I do know that leaning ships can be corrected once you offload some ballast. Blew down with a winter storm. That's the kind of clarity that you can experience if you put your minds to it. But it is like winning the lottery in the beginning. You just didn't think it was going to happen. But you had noticed that you had already stacked the odds so far in your favor that you really couldn't lose. You know, 1 out of 3 is a lot better than 50-50. And so on and so forth. 1/6, 1/8. Now, let's get to 1/18. That's really maxing it out. And then you've got that 1. So 1 in 18 chances. It's not super. But imagine you do it 1,000 times a day and your neighbor does it once a year. Because he got into the habit of mind of kalesis, essentially, or the 3 realms. Just like a bad video game. How's he going to jump out of the box without hurting himself or the rules? Or what can he do? Well, changing your perspective, yeah, life, isn't really a video game, but it is dynamic and it's rapidly changing forms and conditions. So, for example, if you're being abused, like in a real way, you can also walk back from that. Set up some more barriers between you and annoyance. But it is known that foolish people are very unfortunate to be in association with wherever you are in the entire world. So I'm not living in your neighborhood. So those names that flashed in your mind, I don't know them. Nobody knows them. Why do you know them? But sometimes it's not the other person, it's just our level of skill. So that's a variable that if the other variable isn't at our disposal, then we have at least that variable. But there's so many other variables, so many good ones, that lead to good results, including feeling really good about how the way your life turned out, and also the inevitability of certain things given certain conditions. But all those things are variable. And so if one thing bothers you, well, then maybe that's what you should deal with instead of necessarily changing your location, especially if that's to some place that is unfortunate based on geopolitical reasons, etc., and so forth. For example, now I'm not a big fan of what is one of the painters I'm thinking of? What is that? Let's say Manet. Okay, it's French kind of painter, had his own style, and some people saw the genius of it and they were just out of their minds, like this is like some kind of portal into other worlds. And other people absolutely hated it. They despised it. They thought it was an insult to them. They felt diminished, demeaned. So what was right in that circumstance? Well, maybe it wasn't right for the parlor. Maybe just like one little portion of it. And not for the public. But does that change what he painted and its meaning and significance? Or are you just not with it because you didn't look, because you didn't know? And now that whole world has opened up to you, and there's so much that could be curated as far as that's concerned. What colors did he use when? Why? Were there material restrictions? Was he under a budget? Under a deadline? Under some delusion or another? What was affecting his style? See, those are questions that are pretty neutral, right? Pretty professional and specialized, and sort of wholesome and uplifting. Like, that is an important question. Why aren't people taking that seriously? And instead they're talking about what again? Somebody said that, whatever art, they're politicizing art instead. Yikes. Isn't that vandalism? Don't we see obnoxious behavior out loud? And that is why art is curation. It's not a social game. And it's also a very poor social vehicle. But some people have used it. But some people were deluded. We look back at these styles. How many of them are good? How many people think that, the style of the 1550s, where it's sort of dark and, there's a lacquer, small, pretty minute kind of look to it. Sometimes with very ornate wooden frames. With some of it's gilded. Some people think it looks nice, but some people, they think, oh, that's a very dark time. And then, these clashing styles, it just looks impossible. I couldn't possibly put that above my couch and live normally. It would dominate the room. I want sunshine and rainbows, I don't want that time. That time was a hard time. People were dying left and right. People were falling off wharfs. People were not getting enough to eat. People were dying of the Black Death. So please, people, find somewhere in your hearts just a little gratitude, at least in this time. So what do we criticize? Well, probably things we shouldn't. We should be thinking instead, how can we make things better, right, with what we have? Isn't that a different way of seeing things? So why can't we think that way and also have the 5 precepts? Because that's smart for lay people. And then just progress from there. Day by day, minute by minute, second by second kind of thing, because that's where the practice is foundational. And the connection is made to home and not some kind of perverted kalesa that could be in the background, or let's not say perverted, perhaps even mammalian, but it's still something that is not good for certain things. And it does seem social organization seems to be one of them, but up to a certain level, but not beyond that. And people can be warped in those issues and have been, so whether some will come back from it or not, or they rather not like to hear it, it really does depend on the individual and their variables and how noble they are destined to be versus how mud-barned, vulgar they might be by comparison. That's not an insult, that's just a statement of veracity, a statement of high veracity and pure neutrality. So it would sting, maybe there was something there that stung it. So, the possibility for self-generation is possible, but again, it does require some curation for it to be fruitful versus you wrestling with kilesas the whole time, but you don't get to the clear of kilesas part unless you do, but if you're fortunate and skillful, you can probably get through it in a very short period of time, but it requires continuous maintenance kind of relationship. But some people believe it's worth it because it's been described as priceless. People have said it's the wish granting jewel, and in a way it is, but only for those that can apply the brakes enough on the kilesas to get there psychologically first, but that does help things transform almost magically around you. All of a sudden, where you're not living in a disorganized hovel, you have organized everything and thrown away any junk, and you sort of keep up on it, and that's how you live now. And metaphorically as well, as far as annoying kinds of agitations, blamings, aversions, attractions, defamations, pronouncements, displeasurings, annoyances, and so on and so forth, which is the vulgar way. Yes, that why vulgar. Vulgar, take all the sting out of it for a moment. It means common. Look, there's the dandelions. They're all over the place. They're common. It's not. A scientist is not going to stop and say, "Oh, wait a second. There's a dandelion. Let me study that further." So, ill will, greed, aversion. Just walk on by. Don't pick that plant. Just walk by. It's common. It's common in you. It's common in others. It's not anything special unless you make it that way. But why would you do that? Do you clip your toenails too? Well, then clip off the kilesas one at a time and with skill, and not, again, maybe not your whole toe off, just the toenail, you see? And then, wash, see, sometimes people don't devote enough time to those areas, but maybe if you have an old toothbrush or some scrub brush, wash underneath the nails right? With the right kind of soap, and your feet in general. They're very important also in the jungle, sort of where you meet the ground kind of thing. So do give care to your feet, maybe start there and then apply that practice all over your body and then maybe in your micro environment. I don't know. Just throwing ideas out there how people have been known to achieve some skill in a reasonable amount of time, applying simplified practical principles. That does require personal responsibility for it to work, so that needs to be stated up front. No commitment on the part of the practitioner, no results. That's it. It's no gimmick in a DIY kind of field. So you get to know that up front. And that is the truth. There has been 1,000 people, 500 didn't make it because of that reason. But the other 500 did because they did make it their personal responsibility. And they did get the good results because of that. But that is a precondition for good results. It's not the end of good results. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes, the more automatic. The less you're bothering yourself about bothersome things, who would say no to that and why? If they are not compassionate with themselves. See, some people say, I'm not worth it. But see, they have a rationalization behind that. That's the problem. No, they are worth it. They should be worth it to themselves. Why do they see things the wrong way? Wrong view. Wrong suffering. There is no supremacy, there's no inferiority, and there is no equality. That's 3 for 3, no. Can you accept that principle? I know you can. Because others have. It's true. It's undeniable. Just relax. It's no big deal. That's like saying that person's dog is like the other person's dog. It's just ridiculous. It's some kind of basic confusion that they unleashed all at the same time for some reason or another that wasn't good to begin with. So agreeing to disagree is the bread and butter of civility, dignity, and respect. And either you have it or you don't. It really doesn't, there's no substitute for those things. There's no substitute. It's either genuine or it's not. But some people want too much, that's for sure. But that's nothing special. But cooler heads prevail and bad things get averted, or vice versa. So everyone needs to decide what side they want to be on and why. And whenever someone's talking, it's always more civilized than anything else. Always more civilized. If someone's polite, they're not yelling, they're talking friendly, how is that the wrong way for conflict resolution versus automatic conflict? So I know some people who deal with highways and stuff, they know what I'm talking about, but people out there don't. They're like, what? What's he talking about? He's just trying to trick us or something. This is how things go nowhere fast. So, in the interest of mankind, try to be a good neighbor, but, you can't be a good neighbor to everyone, and there's good reasons for that. But sometimes, just going away might be better. Maybe it's better not to go away. Maybe that's more complicated. It depends on everyone's own situation. And deciding to go somewhere does not mean you're going to solve any kind of psychological problems. Because they will come with you in your suitcase, right? Even if you lose your suitcase, they're going to be there. and it might be more challenging. Now, some people, again, they challenge themselves into some kind of situations and they come out ahead of the game. That's just the way life works, right? So, and sometimes not. But if you're not dead and you start practicing at some point, whether it's the beginning, middle, or end of your journey, you will have the benefits of that. The straight path to ascendancy. Essentially, it's a linear function. It's very simple. But look at our wavering minds and our wavering variables. And what could be a straight line of ascendancy might be fraught with setbacks. Then we're in calculus. How much surface area do we have beneath a descending or ascending curve? What is the rate of descent versus the rate of ascendancy? Let me bring that word back to the foremost of your mind. Ascendancy is the point. It's the destination, but it's difficult to get there when we don't have that North Pole star. The North Star guiding us through these trying times at times. Trials and tribulations. Check your rap sheet right now. You only got 3? Well, there's people out there with thousands. And this is what they said. Ascendancy is key, but it's not easy. And it's likely not a straight line. You might be fraught with aversion for 3 years for some reason. But the next reason you might be attracted or attracted more than averted to something. And you can still be way off the middle path in the wrong direction. So you overshot the goal, which is the middle path, which is contentment with what you have. But of course, not just accepting anything, having the 5 precepts as a basic kind of thing, and going from there, depending on how well you can manage it over time, consistently, reliably, automatically, until you're there. And then people recognize, they see it, they're like, this person is amazing. What have they done? What tonic have they imbibed? What is it, the yoga that they do, but they don't call it yoga, they have their own program? Is it their spiritual practice? Oh, they say it's that, but they also say that it doesn't make any promises. But there's a whole lot of personal responsibility. But it's the responsibility that rewards you. It's not just a bummer. It might sound like a bummer in the beginning, but the payoff is big. It's big, 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 and it's real. No unnecessary suffering. What was that? The past? Oh, forgot about that. The future? Oh, no, I don't worry about that. The present? Oh, yeah, that's where I am. And I'm doing very well for myself. This new day, this new moment. Thank you very much. I do hope you feel the same, because that would be vicarious joy for a joyful creature. That if you were to not be that, then you would really just be robbing yourself of a better way of living, would you not? So where is the ploy here? But yeah, without personal responsibility, forget about it. You're not going to put your chips on a number, the number 18. You're not going to win big. Those chips, they need to be real. Like the whatever dealer, if he bites them and it turns out they're cookies, the bet is not valid. You will be possibly thrown from the casino for what? Being counterfeit, probably. That's got to be one of the things they look out for. Why? Because the bet's not real. You didn't put anything up. So why should you win something real? Put something fake up, win something real. You might trick a casino that way, although I don't know anywhere that will work. Not today. What? Maybe in the Stone Age, but you do that, that's it. You might be ejected from the venue, and in fact, there might be something more coming to you, because people don't take that lightly. If you won, it's essentially stealing, isn't it? It's a dishonest transaction. So you're going to cheat the 18th like that? Put up some fake chips? Who are you fooling? Yourself? Oh, no. Is that how this circuitous thing called samsara works? I knew it did work like that. I just didn't have the word. Now I have it. A new word for the dictionary. I'm not going to say thanks to me, but, maybe 500 other people that know what they're talking about versus oceanic floods of people standing on their hands. So, how do you want to go through life? What do you think? You're going to come into my casino and don't bet fake chips. Bring the real stuff. And look, 1 out of 18 times, it's not great odds. But it's better than nothing, isn't it? But let's not forget, nothing is better than being in debt, isn't it? Sometimes you might have nothing for a while, but some people would prefer it than calesas instead, because they'll fill up nothing real quick. That's where most people die, just like bacterial infection. It reaches a point of no return, and then they are torn from us without medicine. And then you can imagine the type of suffering one would experience vicariously if one were to use wrong view. But sometimes that is instructive view. And yet at the same time, it's also something most people can understand, how much suffering they could have versus not having it by curing your damn bacterial disease with the penicillin module, the calesas. And remember, it's not a direct confrontation. You're not killing the calesas. The penicillin is killing the calesas by robbing them of a nourishing environment, something that caters to them, to something that absolutely doesn't, goes after them like crazy. In the strangest kind of ways, people look at it under an electron microscope, they're still fascinated. They still don't really know how it works. Or at least they didn't until 5 minutes ago, who knows? The more aware you are of scientific causality, the closer to the truth you get. And if you can make philosophic jumps, marvelous gymnastic springboardings into human consciousness and bring back a beach ball of joy for all of man and womankind, who would despise you for doing that except, yes, that's right, the worst people in the world again. They could find a problem with anything. They're a moving target. But so what? It's like they're not your audience. They get the causality of wrong view. It's as simple as that. There's no ego in the game. That's an established fact, by the way, of the practice. No self. Who has said that more than moi? And yet, in my time, people doubt that aren't that haven't said that 3,000 times, for example. Oh, I'm still making it up, right? People like, oh, this is just an act. Or, no, maybe he does believe what he says and puts it into practice to the best of his ability, which, as a mammalian creature, is fraught with difficulties, is it not? Or who's going to deny their existence? Who's going to say that they've reached something close to omniscience, right? Knowing everything. Who's going to say that with definitiveness here in this place? That is not heaven. We've established that too, haven't we? No, some people still think this place is heaven. I'd like to talk to them. They might think that. I think that's cool. They've got some good karma or a lot of delusion. Take your pick. Or both. But those people that say, oh no, everything's terrible here, guess what? They're wrong too. Those doomerists, they're wrong. This place will not turn into hell. Hell is a different bardo. Just cut and dry like that. So there's only so far that they can take it. And as far as you're concerned, it should be the limits of your mind. At least that. Please. Pay it forward. If you won't give yourself permission, I give it to you right now. No, I command you. You want to belong to the human, be a human being? Well, there you go, middle path. I didn't say it, I'm just repeating it. But there are very many people, believe you me, that attest to that are much more esteemed than I was or will ever be. Some would say the lowliest servant, the clown of life, such as I have been. And I know you have been too. Coming back to design for a second, a lot of people wrote in and said, why didn't you speak more about that? All that other stuff didn't interest me at all. To which I wrote back, well, you should be interested in a lot more things than just design to get design right. See, I was just putting on a jacket or a second layer that has a lot of good attributes. That's almost like one of my extreme weather gear pieces. It's sort of a neoprene kind of substance that has signaling effects that are pretty wild. And happens to be very warm because it really does take care of the wind. And the wind is its own force of nature, and when it's cold, you don't have, it doesn't matter what type of miraculous material you might have, but if it's not a real windbreak like neoprene, it's not breaking it. And but the wind will break you hour on end, day on end, night on end. But you can try it out as like a minor austerity where you're not going to get yourself hurt, and just see if I'm right or not, and then adjust your garments accordingly. Not too much, not too little necessarily, but sometimes that's part of the learning process. In this place, if it's a learning process you can easily recover from, that's very prosperous and fortuitous kind of practice. Very bountiful. We call that bountiful practice. Versus austere practice. It's not so juicy, it's very dry, very hard, very condensed. The other one, it's pliable, warm, very useful in difficult kinds of terrain, and those weather conditions that just keep buffeting us, and being prepared for that, and adjusting to that so that one not needlessly suffer. That is a design principle, isn't it? So yeah, I was putting on the second layer that has a lot of uses. And then I noticed, yeah, why don't I really like this jacket? Well, there's some stretchy material around the cuffs that make it hard to access my watch, which is sort of an odd problem. No other jacket has that problem, but there's a reason for it. They wanted it to be wind resistant. So, but what does one do? Do you just complain about that? Or as a designer, do you decide to make a little side project? And you might have been something else. You could have been a molecular scientist, but now you're going to venture into the realm of tailoring with needle and thread. It's sort of an old technology, but it has a lot of practical uses, which is why it's a practice that should be more well known. And in fact, if you don't take anything with you, take a needle and thread. But make sure the thread's high quality and the needle is too. Maybe you have two, and you also have a smart way of carrying it with you, so that when other people lose everything, and you might be one of those people from time to time, you at least have that advantage versus people with ripped garments that don't look so good and actually lose their utility because they're not properly maintained, such as the closure of holes. When I noticed after washing my blue jeans, by the way, very practical material, very robust, I noticed that there was a rip on one of the parts, and I was very shocked because it was a new pair of blue jeans, relatively. At least I thought so. But guess what? I did not have a scratch in that place that was torn, but that torn spot was most likely punctured by some kind of sharp projectile, be it a punji stick, a barbed wire, glass, some kind of rusty spike. And then I thought to myself, what well-chosen material that I did not get a scratch, and this is so sewable that with a little effort, no one will even notice that there was a tear just 10 minutes ago. How is that practice not applicable to life? Where sometimes we have to sew the torn fragments of our lives together to give us just even a modicum of warmth, because that's all we have to work with at the moment. But the stuff we sew together, it stays together pretty much until we have to sew it again. But other people, they do walk around way more ragged. Although one would wish the others well, they need to practice something as simple as that. Last I checked, all those prices going up. Needle and thread, it's still affordable. So why don't you go out and get some and keep it with you, sort of know where it is. Maybe some kind of carrying case, maybe in your book bag, someplace. And then every time you need it, you go to it, you check it's there, and you use it, and you put it back, and you always sort of have it with you. So that every time you use it, you're brought back to this moment when you first learned of that practice, and are so grateful. Because with each drop of insight, you become more and more clear, more aware, more practical in treating yourself and others well. Directionality, outcome independence, micro austerities. If you have to passively get it through to the deepest levels of the monkey mind, maybe it needs to go to micro to major. But here's a micro austerity: holding your breath. So we say anipanasata means focus on the breath, but you can also add a micro austerity. So breathe in deep, hold it. How about this? If you're really worked up, hold it until as long as you can. And then with discipline, slowly breathe out through the nostrils. Then breathe in again and hold it. And do that 3 times. How about that? Just a small nuance. And you're focusing on the breath while you're doing that, aren't you? Because you have to add a couple more austerities for some people to catch their attention, because otherwise it's too easy, because you're too used to breathing. It's too automatic. You'll fly right past it and your mind will be off to the races again. And then no attachment, non-attachment. We're in purgatory. I always say 2 minutes left to live, but there could be an inbound artillery strike. This could be your last moment. You don't know. Don't spend it in ill will, right? Greed or aversion or delusion. See, delusion will keep you in those things, but you got 2 minutes left to live. Purgatory, it's a dimension of changing forms and conditions. How about that? We don't put a label on it, but some people have. But we're not about names and labels, because some people consider names and labels to be this thing and that thing, when in fact it's just changing forms and conditions and bardos. We can call this bardo the comedic and bardo, which is sort of how I see it. I think it's a funny way of teaching people what to do and what not to do. Because a lot of people have gotten it, do get it, and will get it. But many won't. But it's sort of break-even odds depending on who you are. And let's go a step further, the practice. When you see those gymnasts doing what they do, it's not because they were born that way. Some of them are coming from very difficult backgrounds. And some of them had some coaches that didn't help them out. They gave them a bum steer. But still, maybe they made it due to their own effort and grit and what have you. Far enough, right? It's not about just getting gold. I keep telling people that I have so many medals. If you melt it down, you could set up a metal shop. Okay, it's not about recognition. It's about performance, and it's about not getting hurt, but if you do get hurt, it's about healing, because it's about appropriate action. So non-attachment and appropriate action, right effort, right view. So I know that sounds like a lot, but that can be condensed down into a couple of syllables, and that can be a mantra, and you can say that 10,000 times a day if need be, but 1,000 times, okay. 100 times, yeah, that's good too. And saying it 3 times when you get flustered, or saying it 60 times. Just let's say you take 5 minutes, but you say it 60 times within 5 minutes. That's a pretty good antidote. That's a compact way of administering these things on a repetitive basis, which increases the efficacy. But if you don't do it, it's on you. I just gave you some of the penicillin pills, but you got to put them in your mouth at the right times in your brain and swallow. That is on you. No, there's no nurse coming to tell you to do that. Maybe your good conscience will do that. You'll remember in some of the worst moments to do that. But that's not me standing there telling you to do that. That's you. And you might also impart that wisdom to other people or get them in the habit of doing it. People used to say prayers. Well, this is a little mantra prayer that you can also share with other people so that they get into the habit of it. They might not even know what it means. They just repeat it because it's sort of a sing-songy thing that mom or dad used to do. Or a venerable teacher. And so it gets passed down, and then later they figure out, okay, this is what this meant. And then they have a conscious understanding of the goodness of the prayerful meditation, such as Om Mani Padme Hum. That's the first one. But there's variations of it. Like I said, no attachment. I mean, you could go into the subcategories of Om Mani Padme Hum. It is in there, such as wisdom, right? No self and patience, but sometimes it's better to have the direct things like no attachment, non-attachment, right? And outcome independence, someone would be like, oi, right? Or we. Outcome independent. Stay outcome independent. Where did your mind latch on to a outcome? I hit the tennis ball so hard, it was a blur. And it was firing like a comet at the corner. But guess what? It was 1 inch outside. Foul. Ball. Out. Counts against you in a game of tennis. That does not mean that you did not put in right effort. You see? It's just variables. And that time it was out. Next time it could be 1 inch in. Now, I'm not one to cut it that close, but sometimes it does get cut that close. Sometimes it's in, sometimes it's out. Sometimes you win a game, sometimes you don't. Outcome independence. It's about attitude. It's about directionality. Duh. See, somebody could say duh, but I'm going to say da. Directionality, autonomy. Da. So these syllables, your song, your treatment, your administration, your practice, your bardo. And I want to come back sleeping. How about this? People are like, oh, I just sleep, go to bed, wake up, go to work. Look, sleeping is also a potential place for practicing in a different bardo. Have a dream before? Did you? Oh, I always speak. Not everybody. See, the materialists show up, say this man speaks not nonsense. Then I ask him, have you ever dreamed before? Oh, dreams, they're nothing. Well, the theory is that those dreams are a different Bardo. But if you have lucid dreaming, if you're aware of your dreaming, just like you're aware in real life, as materialists call it, real life outside subjective life, which doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Well, we flip that. Subjective life does matter. Real life is sort of changing forms and conditions. And then the sleeping thing is Bardo practice. If you can remain aware and reclaim directionality in your dreams, where essentially anything is possible because you're not limited by physical constraints, are you? It's a completely subjective exercise where you can exercise autonomy if you're aware during the dream. Then that's great practice for the Bardos after this Bardo, the real Bardo of changing forms and conditions that some people may be stuck in for a while, but certainly not for eternity necessarily, although there's a theory about recurrence and samsaric wheels. If you stay attached to it, it will stay attached to you. Although we do know some people who have been so completely reprehensible in this dimension that they will not be reborn in the human dimension. And there's different reasons for that. You might think, well, it's a shame they were given a human birth, they should have. But see, they might have done something in previous lives where this was really their absolute last chance, and they blew it. In the infinitude of the universe, that happens. It's tragic. It's gut-bustingly disgusting on some level. But this universe has a filtration device, and this is probably the main function of this place. But of course, not all of them have the merit to come here. But some of them had just enough, and then they blow it on the last throw of the dice. And then it's definitive. That's it. There's other things out there that and other possibilities, such as the Peta realm, hungry ghosts. That's one of the realms that people theorize about. And then, of course, the hell realms, if you aren't afraid enough right now, like a good person would be. Like, there's this button on the car dash. If you hit it, you're going to have a major accident and blow up. Don't hit it. Like, some good people perk up at that point. Bad people are like, whatever, sure. This guy's talking and talking. What does he know? That's the bad person, right? That's the delusional third realm person. Yeah, whatever. Okay, thanks, prof. See ya, bye. Like, a little snotty attitude on top. Some conceit. Yeah, this guy, he's just a bum, wandering around. Looks funny, talks funny. What does he know? That type of attitude. That is, look, that unfortunately at this neo-barbaric time is normal and common, even, if you can believe it. Now in antiquity, at least in some circles, less so. But today it's considered to be normal, which is, which is the whole reason for my comedy routine, really, because it has reached comedic levels. I can only imagine it was the wrong people getting into the information distribution business that caused such unfortunate results. But really unfortunate for them. finally, but their effect has been causal. There's been a bad causal kind of a net effect because of that. But I'm sure that's being changed rapidly now that we know that that's happened. Right? Surely, in this place where we know the central realms has a certain kind of sway and power to it, that's going to happen tomorrow. But on the other hand, let's not get too cynical. Let's just do it for us, right? Cut your information down like you would sugary carbs if you're an obese person. Your brain is reeling under bad information by bad people that most likely don't belong in your vicinity, but somehow were plopped down there for some type of nefarious reasons. But you can have things go crazy and then you can reestablish some good working order, can't you? I know they do it in the restaurant business. Probably all different types of businesses. A mind gets taken over. People, hey, why isn't Shaft 3 operational? Well, there was a cave-in and we believe there's 100 people trapped down there, but we didn't have the rescue equipment. Can you imagine? You just came out of mining school, like you know all the new technology, and you're like, why are these people working this way? How can this even be called this isn't a mining operation. This is a death trap. But guess what? You can't walk away. It's just what you have. So what do? Why not institute some safety measures? Where would you start? That's what we're faced with on a socioeconomic, political, psychological kind of scale. But the psychological scale is where it matters. The other things, you could get half of your things done and then get blocked by the boss's big boss, who might be, in a red jumpsuit, wearing, 10 gold watches kind of thing. And that's just to, make things zany down here. But at least you did the right thing on your watch, at least as well as you could. That is all that is required in this bardo. In a dream, do you require closure? Do you require a diploma when it's over? Yes or no? Is it will it remain on some level beyond your comprehension? Can you live with that? Like no self, like me? Om Mani Padme Hum. Can you have that part and still be healthy? Is that part of being healthy? I see. So, but again, coming back to labels, just because some people say, well, this is Buddhism, remember, they have different types of Buddhism. There's a lot of charlatanism in the game. Everything from the East is questionable at this point until verified. People who pretend to be from the East. Back in the day, it was karate. People were like, oh, karate, what's that? Well, there was a lot of crappy practitioners. But here's the thing. Over time, some of the better ones did manage to make it through. So it's sort of like that. Anything from the East needs to be taken with a pinch of salt. And you can't just run headlong into something that has a label on it. Keep an eye on the people, how they act, right? And don't take anything for granted. Most of these pathologies and contagions have spread not just via information channels that have been compromised, but also social channels, including educational systems, and those damn things called religions. that might not have delivered, but the people playing pretend religious, they didn't care about that. They had an ulterior motive, whatever that might be, or had to make a deal. And yeah, China is a big part of that problem. And of course, Southeast Asia is a mixed bag. And India is a disaster. So, what is that? Oh, Christianity is sort of a disaster. It's been politicized. So, what does that leave you? Well, it can leave you an individual practice that works. But of course, it's great if you can find some true practitioners. But we don't live in optimal times for that, even probable times for that. But that does not mean it's impossible. It's just you need to bring kind of a Silk Road kind of preparation to the game, that you are going to probably get jumped or attempted to be jumped by bandits on some level. Because there's one thing that bad people like to do, and that's misdirect and predate on good people. That's like, burglars don't go to hovels to rob them. They go to the nice places. They make the effort, the wrong effort, to get to the nice places to rob the good people. So there's a trained crew of them operating at this time. I know people would be like, oh, what? Yeah, it's like cybercrime. There's like industrial complexes devoted to it in strange places, and it's pretty bad. They rip off billions a year. So don't fall for just any old label or any old people professing to be this or that. Someone stood up in the back, well, what are you? What are you? Teacher, what are you? Well, I'm sort of part of the Samana tradition, which predates Buddhism. See, Buddha was a practitioner of a whole bunch of different things that he incorporated into his practice, and he got excellent results. And let's not forget, he had a social component to his results. Many samanas did not. They were few and far between, and some of them were either so damaged or so wary about purgatory that they did not go around preaching the good news. But they did carve out their position in future bardos, and did leave this place behind. Just believe it. It's true. But Buddha is one that went back to the people, which is why he's so revered. Because without his teachings, many of them would have been decimated, would have been totally and utterly chewed up and spit out by this dimension. And it was not easy for him. People hated him in his time. Like, there were multiple conspiracies to bump him off. And again, we know of one of them at least. His foot was seriously injured by a boulder, like mangled. And this is a man that was known for his footprints for centuries because he was walking around. So how about that one? That's how close it came. And not just that time. So samanas, some of them didn't see the point in numbers. Some people are selfish in a way. Some people have no other choice. But what is known is that good causality, that has a special kind of magic to it. And in the Buddhist case, that's irrefutable. In fact, it's one of those questions people could ponder, like what happens if you attain such good karma? Where does that lead? That's a wholesome thought. That's a wholesome directionality to think about, and not all these terrible things that can pull you into different realms. So ponder that and simplify your practice while making it more condensed, potent, and applicable.